What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the 2019 Aussie Millions live from Crown Melbourne in Australia. And tonight, we're going to crown a champion in the largest main event field ever in Aussie Millions history. I'm Jason Somerville. This is Kevin Martin here with rated GTO Ricky Guan. Guys, we're playing down for $1.85 million for first. What do you think, Kevin?
It's been a long tournament, but no one remembers second or third. You got to win this thing. This is where the decisions matter. I'm excited to see how these people play.
It's going to be sick. Ricky, what are you thinking heading into this crazy final table?
You cannot wait to crown a champion in the biggest main event field ever.
822 contestants started this tournament, and tonight we're going to crown a champion. Let's take a look at the players at our featured table.
Welcome to the Crown Entertainment Complex right here in Melbourne, Australia for today's Aussie Millions main event final table. We began the 2019 main event with a record field of 822 players. 5 days later, just 7 players remain at our final table today. Each have locked up a minimum of $242,000, but it's that top prize of $1.85 million and of course the Anton Championship bracelet that they'll all be chasing. Before we get underway today, we'll go through a few player introductions just to let everyone know of who our final table consists of today. In seat 1 from the United States, first time visitor to Aussie Millions last year, found himself on this very final table last year in his first ever trip. Came 5th in last year's Aussie Millions main event, looking to go 4 places better this year. With 5.465 million in chips, he is our chip leader. Good luck today to Mike Del Vecchio. In seat number 2, a man who is firmly entrenched in the top 50 of Australia's all-time money earners. No stranger to final tables with WSOP Europe and WSOP cashes. Andrew Hinrichsen with 5.3 million in chips. Good luck today. Seat 3 sees our New Zealand representative. From just across the ditch, Hamish Crawshaw has had 5 cashes at Aussie Millions, and this is his second main event cash. He has 3.64 million in chips, and he'll be trying to do New Zealand proud today. Good luck, Hamish Crawshaw. First time visitor to Crown Melbourne in seat 4. He's a regular on the Philippines tour. Also has cashes at WSOP, but his first visit to Australia has seen him final table this year's main event and trying to outlast a record field of 822 entries. He has 1.54 million in chips. He is the first Korean ever to make an Aussie Millions main event final table. Good luck, Gyeong Lee. A regular visitor to Melbourne. He lives in Sydney, Australia, and he is an absolutely frequent visitor to all our major championships and has supported us for many years. In seat number 5, he has 4.01 million in chips. Good luck today, Matt Wakeman. In seat number 6, no argument that this man is the most well-credentialed player on this year's main event final table. He has over $25 million US in lifetime earnings, and he's absolutely no stranger to situations just like this. He may be the short stack on the table, but ladies and gentlemen, good luck today to Bryn, Kenney. And last but not least, in seat number 7, he took out one of nearly 500 local satellite seats that were generated here at Crown Melbourne for this year's main event. He locked up his seat way back in March 2018, and best part of 12 months later, he finds himself on the main event final table with 3.845 million in chips. From Melbourne, good luck today, Clinton Taylor. We find our final table with a little over 30 minutes remaining in level 26. Our blinds are 25,000, 50,000 with a 5K ante. The button is in seat 1. Let's get this main event started. Shuffle up and deal.
Oh, yo, you like fucking on the bubble at like the satellite?
All right, guys, we are underway. Our main event final table. Here it is, the culmination of the Aussie Millions main event. Guys, we've got an amazing final table. Look at this talent we have stacked here. This is going to be so much fun. Mike Del Vecchio, our chip leader. Right behind him, though, Andrew Hinrichsen with 5.3 million. Let's go down and get those cards in the air. No time to go through the chip count. Joel already did that. We've already got our first hand dealt out.
Here we go. 7 are left. Biggest field ever in the Aussie Millions main event history. And we have a very interesting final table here. A lot of recognizable talents and some new people on the team. Look for Clint Taylor with 4 million chip. He was one of the satellite qualifiers. We watched him play in the coverage. He's a bit spicy. He does some unconventional things. I'm glad that he's at this final table. What a result for him so far.
Hello, friends. What an amazing final table we have for you guys tonight. Who are you all rooting for?
Yeah, I'd love to hear from chat. Who are you guys supporting?
Just the blinds and anties, guys.
I would like to point out the first thing that's the most unique thing about this final table, the blinds are only 25 and 50,000. Several players have 80 big blinds or more. So buckle up. We've got ourselves a long ride ahead until we crown a winner and award that 1.85 million.
I like that, though. That's a shout out to the structure they've generated here. Is, you know, a lot of times final tables, everyone's short. There's a lot of shoving. This is pure poker. We're going to have a long night ahead of us. We got a lot of interesting situations. Going to be a lot of 3-bet bluffing, some deep stack situation, which makes me excited as a poker player and commentator.
Yeah, you know when the short stack has 20 big blinds, you got a great final table and a great tournament structure. So we've got cards in the air. This is hand number 2.
This is our first look at Matthew Wakeman. He is a live poker savage, and that is not doing him enough justice. He has amazing results, final table after final table, and he has a nice healthy stack as well.
We've got a lot of talent at this final table. Mike Del Vecchio got 5th in the Aussie Millions main event last year. Trying to do a little bit better than that today.
And this is your final table chip leader, Hinrichsen.
It's very close. Him and Mike Del Vecchio had about the same stack to start today. So we got our first raise and a call here. Hinrichsen raises the button, Queen 8 suited. Crawshaw just calls, King Jack in the small blind. And Gyeong says, I'm in also. And we've got ourselves a 3-way pot. First flop of the day. And Lee takes the lead. A little baby pair of 3s. Let's go check to Hinrichsen. And he also checks back. Lee improves to a flush draw here. Such an international final table, an international event. USA, New Zealand, Australia, Korea, all represented at this final table. And Lee is going to bet and take down this pot. Nice pot there for our Korean player.
Storylines to look out for tonight is, can Mike Del Vecchio go wire to wire? Here's our overwhelming day 3 chip leader. Comes in with a small lead today. Will he be able to run his way to that title? Also, Bryn Kenney, the most accomplished player at this final table. He is our shortest stack, but give him 1 or 2 double ups and he can cause a lot of damage.
Give him 1 double up and I think he'll become super scary.
For sure.
We have actually a ton of great storylines because we've watched all of these players on our last day of coverage in the main event. So we've seen how these players have played. Great to have you guys all with us. There is a tweet live about today's show at Run It Up. We all tweeted about it at Jason Somerville. Nice to see you guys.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy that Mike Del Vecchio final tabled this last year, and he's here again. And these are big fields with some tough competition. Last year he got 5th. If you told him he would get 5th now, he'd be utterly disappointed with his chip stack.
You told him that 3 days ago, though.
You would have been okay with it. Here's your first look at what we've been thinking could be a final table wild card. Taylor with the ace jack suited from early position.
Clinton Taylor, this is going to be his first cash on record. Nice start, little $250,000 minimum.
Cool.
Great to have you guys all with us here in Twitch chat. Entitled 2JC, 50 months in a row. Nice to see you back here. Yoshi Squad, Chronic D, Nutbluff 420. Hope you guys have enjoyed all this coverage. And right now it's on Matt Wakeman. And he's going to pass the Queen 7. In the lead with the worst hand and the worst position. Has his work cut out for him here.
Two players.
No improvement for either player. Welcome back online, Travis. Watchbree 2015, Rice 22, Banjo Kid.
That's 105,000.
Rod M763, yo. Right now it's gone check and bet, and suspect the lead will just get out of here.
Funny, I've got like the inverse.
Indeed he has.
Last time I was over there staring at you from like,
And our amateur player, Clinton Taylor, takes down that pot. If you're excited about tonight's show, use that hashtag Aussie Millions on your social media platform of choice. You can find out about all the great poker action here at Crown on Twitter at Crown Poker. And you are watching runitup.tv. You can follow us on Twitter at runitup, also on Instagram, runitup.com, everywhere.
It'll be interesting to see how some of these lesser experienced players, the ones that are not as familiar with this bright stage, to see how they come out. Are they going to come out swinging? Are they going to be a little tighter, wait for a couple of pay jumps? It'll be interesting to see.
Clint Taylor, the sense that I got is that he's just happy to be here. You know, he's competitive, but he's always laughing, talking between hands. So I don't think it'll get to him. I think he'll play his game. Very comfortable. 4 million chips, and this is going to be our first look at Mike Del Vecchio. And back-to-back final tables. Doesn't matter how good you are to make a feat like that. It's just incredible.
He is going to raise here with the pocket sevens.
Bryn is definitely going to be interested in defending a hand as strong as ace-8 offsuit. Bryn actually played in yesterday's $100,000 tournament as well. He did not cash in that one. So he's had a lot of poker here, but this is what he lives for.
And Bryn is going to just call. And two of our most successful players, the two Americans, colliding here. No improvement for Bryn. Del Vecchio doesn't love that either.
Check. That's 85.
Del Vecchio is going to bet. Quick fold. And Mike Del Vecchio wins his first pot of the night. You can see there are 3 chips in play. Those blue chips are 100,000. The chocolate chips are 25,000. The yellow chips are 5,000. Oh, and there they are, the happy little chip counts. The cadmium yellows. I think they're actually 5,000 though, not 1,000. Close though. 25,000s are those happy little Van Dyke brown chips, and then the phthalo blue, 100,000 chips. Cool story, Bob. $1K, $5K, what's the difference? We're all just building happy little chip stacks here at the Aussie Millions. Think about this, guys. Every player already guaranteed $242,000. The winner is going to take home $1.6 million more than 7th place.
And the title. The titles. The players might say they're playing for the money. Deep down, you can take down a title like this. Oh,
they're both pretty nice.
I mean, of course, for sure. But, you know, you're the Aussie Millions Championship.
Yeah,
this is definitely one of the most prestigious titles that you can hold in poker.
So Matt Wakeman on the button here.
Kind of an interesting situation with Queen 9 suited. You know, the chip leader opened up under the gun. Matthew Wakeman, all the options here. You could 3-bet this, could flat.
I lean call, but what do you think, Kev?
Yeah, all the options on the table. I think so.
Calls 110.
If Mike Vecchio opened up, let's say in the cutoff or middle position, we're much more likely to see a 3-bet. The fact that it's under the gun open, I think a flat is definitely the best option. But everything was on the table there for sure.
It's crazy how deep stacked we are. All 4 of these players have 80 big blinds. Mike Del Vecchio with 110 big blinds. Meanwhile, Bryn Kenney with only 15 big blinds. It's like a cash game for these players.
Ooh, Queen in the window.
Ooh, but 2 pair for Matt Wakeman.
Wow.
Check.
Mike is not going to be interested in a board like this when it goes multi-way, but both Wakeman and Taylor smash this flop.
You see Wakeman has the best hand right now with 2 pair. However, it is Clint Taylor who is the percentage favorite to take down this pot.
Interesting to note. So Wakeman is surely going to bet check to him here, and then we'll see how will Taylor play this flop. Remember, when you're one of these big stacks and there are short stacks at the table, you have to be very careful. Going out 7th or 6th when there are stacks that are so short would be a bit of a disaster. So I would like to see Taylor just call here.
Raise.
He does raise it.
Fold.
Now, Wakeman's hand not quite strong enough to raise. You agree, Ricky?
Taylor did make it very small here. After Wakeman's bet, Taylor only made it 300,000.
Yeah, it's definitely a small raise. Wakeman getting an amazing price to continue here. And I suspect he'll just call, and that's what he's going to do.
Cool.
And off to the turn card we go. And Matt Wakeman holds here.
Check.
And a very quick check from Clinton Taylor.
It's got to feel good. You know, when Wakeman gets raised, he is slightly worried about the King Jack, Jack 8. But when your opponent quickly checks the turn, Queen 9 is going to be the best hand almost every single time. So we're going to see a chunky value bet here, I suspect, from Matthew Wakeman.
Yeah, he's got to feel like he has the best hand here. Looks like it's a relatively small bet. That's 275,000.
That's 275,000.
And Taylor's going to just call here. I'd be surprised if he does anything else.
Goes to 75.
Ace on the river. Scary card for both players.
Check a bit.
Taylor's already... Whoa! Reaching for chips, actually.
That's 350.
And Taylor decides to bet.
Can't tell if this bet is designed as a bluff or as a value bet. It's going to have Wakeman make a pretty easy call here with 2 pair.
Yeah, Wakeman's a little confused. Like, what? My opponent called my bet on the turn and now leads? And you can see the eyebrows. And he's like, well, got a pretty easy call here with 2 pair. He's going to be happy to take down a 2.2 million chip pot.
Shows Queen 9 2 best.
And Queen 9 going to drag the biggest pot of the night. 2.2 million pot. Over to Matt Wakeman. And you can see chip counts there, chip values there.
You guys remember from an earlier day of coverage, Matthew Wakeman was all in with 2 10s, and his opponent folded queens. Lee folded queens pre-flop. Matthew Wakeman found out later that, you know, he probably should be out of the tournament, but he dodged a bullet when his opponent laid down the best hand. Now he has over 5 million chips on the final table.
At the beginning of that hand, we discussed whether it was a better option for him to just call there with the Queen 9 suited or to 3-bet Mike Vecchio, who raised from early position. And by just calling there, he was able to allow Clint Taylor to enter the pot from the big blind and potentially accumulate more chips from that player instead.
All is good, mate.
And
We're all friends here, you know? Couldn't hear you on that.
Sorry. Wakeman now near 5 million chips also.
Could have been bigger, but he managed it well.
Hey, what up, Shrimp? 999999991. It's been a little while. Egg Levin.
Love shrimp.
Anna Banana. Welcome, everybody.
It's gotta feel good for Wakeman scooping that sizable pot. You know, he had a lot of chips, but with that pot, puts him right up near the top 3 chip counts.
Wakeman has to feel like he's kind of free-rolling this final table. Very likely to be out if he got called by the queens versus pocket 10 in earlier coverage. But now that he's still here, has to feel like he has a great shot of taking this title down.
I think this went limp raise fold, but no, went limp raise call, actually. And Taylor makes the best hand here. Pair of deuces.
Bets 125. Cool.
Small bet here and a call. And Nanonoko in the chat. And there's the queen.
Check.
Mike Del Vecchio definitely gonna bet this turn card to try to build the pot with. What a nutted turn for ace queen. Be interesting to see what Taylor does here. You know, he called the 4 deuce, which is a little bit suspect. Flops a pair. Now he's kind of a
375,000.
nasty card on the turn. He's a non-believer though.
Cool.
Is that a raise? No, it's just a call. Wow, Taylor only has 2 outs left because 2 4s and a deuce have been folded. Del Vecchio 94% here. And he does hold.
Check.
And Del Vecchio has to be a little worried about the spades, but I think his hand is too strong to check.
Bet. $800,000.
800, that is a massive bet here. And Taylor's put himself into a bit of an awkward situation. He does beat some hands. Ace 4, Ace 5, Ace King. Some pure bluffs. But he's opted into this painful situation by playing pre-flop.
I'm all in.
Whoa! Wow!
That's a crazy shove here.
We discussed whether these players were going to come out swinging or they're going to wait for these pay jumps. Looks like Clint Taylor is looking to come out swinging here at this final table.
Wow, Mike Del Vecchio has to be sickened here.
I was not expecting that. Wow.
Remember, when limp raise call pre-flop, check call flop, check call turn, check jam river. Can Mike Del Vecchio find the call here? But you wouldn't expect an amateur player like this to just put his life on the line so early. Remember, Bryn Kenney has like 700,000.
290.
There's no way Mike Del Vecchio can make this call.
He's getting 3-1 here. He has to be right 25% of the time to break even, but if he calls and he loses...
This is a gangster shove. Remember, Taylor got into this tournament off of a satellite. You wouldn't expect an amateur player under the lights to make such a big river bluff. This is a lot of heart. You gotta love this.
How can Del Vecchio find the call here? This would be insane.
This hand started with Taylor limp calling pre-flop with 4 deuce offsuit.
Wow, this is such a tough spot for Mike Del Vecchio, and no matter what happens, you have to admire Clinton Taylor's courage here. Mike Del Vecchio doesn't beat a value hand. He only beats bluffs here.
Sorry?
You really got a flush?
Maybe.
Maybe. Nope. Try again.
I would not give Mike Del Vecchio any information in this river situation.
If I was Clinton Taylor's attorney, I would say, keep your mouth shut, buddy.
This is for a large portion of Del Vecchio's stack as well.
This is a crazy river shove here. And this pot is huge. There's already about a 20% of the chips in play in the middle. Credit to Del Vecchio. To even be thinking about it this long.
Fold.
He folds! Is he going to show the bluff?
Show the four. Show the four. Oh my goodness. We just saw. That's one of the craziest bluffs in this, given the situation. Satellite winner against a seasoned professional with short stacks at the table.
There's some nice nannies, guys. Thanks.
That is an insane hand of poker we just saw. Insane.
Kevin Martin, you called this man the wild card of the final table. In a few short hours, we might be crowning him the ultimate main event champion.
Probably be happy, yeah. I reckon you'd be pretty happy.
We can't even put into words how insane that situation is.
Yeah.
Boy, I hope the whole final table was like this, because we're in for a great show. Here's a little bit about Clinton Taylor. He says, wow, the biggest event is going to be this event. You can win 60K on a horse. Once upon a time. Zero karaoke song, Lionel Richie. Wow. Good to know.
We cannot wait to watch the Clint Taylor show all night long.
Yeah, that is insane. He did not show his cards. And you can't blame Del Vecchio for making that fold. It's like you would never expect your opponent to be just bluffing like that.
When we arrived on the river, I was thinking, this river might save Clint Taylor some chips. He might be able to find a way to fold. Instead, he goes all in as a bluff for his tournament life.
He has
crazy.
90 big blinds now.
Del Vecchio still has a ton of chips. He was our chip leader to start the day. You know, he lost 800,000 on the river with his river bet. 300,000 on the turn, 100,000 on the flop, a little more than that pre-flop. So he lost about 1.5 million that hand. Still has plenty to work with. Almost 80 big blinds.
Dude was doing this in Sydney in like a tournament I was playing where he was like, and it was an older guy. He was actually definitely on like his
11 minutes left in this level.
Check.
Hinrichsen flops the open ender.
so good.
I'm dead. I'm deceased. I can't stop thinking about that river bluff.
I mean, I hope we have some sicker hands than that tonight. But that might be the hand of the final table. Hand number 6 or something.
But
wow, tell your friends, come hang out, runitup.tv. We are just getting started. $1.85 million being awarded to the champion tonight.
okay. There's the blinds and nannies, guys. Thanks.
What up, the Guire? Welcome back. Crown 95. I'm sure there's going to be some clips of that hand.
Oh, no, that's what happened in Sydney. There was some old guy who was doing this, but he was just swiping one way. The whole
Wild.
time,
Wild hand.
At least this guy's like mixing it up, you know. He's going
And at least
way.
for Del Vecchio, he's just like, all right, well, he probably made a flush, so I just move on. Like, I don't think Del Vecchio is too shaken by that.
He might be shaking when it comes to the delay, and his buddy texts him. You know he had a pair of deuces there, buddy?
Yeah. You could give Mike Del Vecchio like 100 guesses at what Clint Taylor's hand was there. I don't think he would have ever came up with the 4 Dewey.
Here's Lee under the gun. On the shorter side, but still healthy with 33 big blinds. This is the hand that Lee actually folded pre-flop near the final table.
So Lee coming in for a raise.
Raise.
It's like 125,000.
So 125,000. Fold. Fold.
After making a big fold on day 4 with the queens against Matthew Wakeman's 10s, you think his friends would have told him not to do it again here at this final table?
And here we have a player in the big blind we haven't even mentioned yet. Crawshaw probably had one of the craziest day 4s. Remember when he was all in on a bluff with queen high, and his opponent folded a set of aces.
Ace queen, yeah.
Two
He
bluffs.
wins, I raised, he called. I bet like small on flop.
Check. Check. Check.
Wow, we getting tricky. Decides to check back the queens here, and he's going to hate that card. Ricky, what do you think about checking queens on the flop here?
Queens is not the hand to be trying to get tricky with.
Smallish on river.
Your hand does need a little bit of protection. with a couple of overcards that can come, a few
Check.
straightening cards in the middle. You
Right.
want to be able to get immediate value for your hand.
I agree. If we want to trap on this flop, we can use a set of jacks, maybe sevens,
150.
aces with the ace of club. Queens is not a hand we should be trapping on this flop, though. So he's going to win a small one.
Missed out on a little bit of value there on the flop, in my opinion.
Actually, I could use a coffee.
Man, we knew the show was going to
There's
kick
the
off
ones in
with
on
some
these guys,
heat,
thanks.
but none of us were expecting that. Welcome to the Aussie Millions. Get your friends, anyone you know that loves this game of poker, get them on the show. I'm locked in and ready to go.
This is going to be a ton of fun tonight. It's funny because usually at this high stakes final table, you'll see people be kind of like conservative, like, oh, let's just try to hold on and climb those payouts. No, that's not what we've seen so far. Coming out swinging. What up, live at the bike, hanging out in chat? Whoa, what a play. Yes, I can only hope that that's like the 8th sickest play of this final table when it's all said and done. We just rank the sickest plays of the Aussie Millions. I would love to actually go back and put together like a highlight video of like the 10 sickest hands of the last few days, because I feel like there were so many candidates that we would easily get 10
That's
together.
115,000.
Just like 10 shocking hands, I would say, you know.
Fold. Fold.
So Bryn Kenney opening up here off a short stack under the gun +1. Still
Fold.
decides to raise 8-7 suited.
A little bit surprised by this. Bryn, obviously very confident that he's the best player on the table. A hand like 8-7 suited, usually need a bit of a deeper stack to be super happy about it, but Bryn says, let's go. I want to get involved. Gonna work in this case probably as Lee has a marginal 10-6 offsuit in the big blind.
And wow, we're going to see a defend here. Not a standard defend against under the gun +1. You know, someone off a short stack, you would be afraid that they have super premium hands and you wouldn't want to take 10-6 offsuit to battle. But Lee actually in very reasonable shape here against Bryn.
I'm very surprised to see
Good
the
was.
defend here, especially when you consider the skill of your opponent. Plus, it was more than a min raise. It was 2.2x, but he likes the defending.
Check.
Bryn does flop top pair.
That's 120,000.
And that's going to be the end of this hand. Interesting to see if Lee is going to keep defending hands like this. I don't remember the other day him being a wide defender.
There's
Do
blinds
you
in
guys
on these
have
guys, thanks.
any memory of Lee's big blind strategy?
Yeah, I'll take the small. Okay, that's right.
Yeah, no, he definitely wasn't defending his big blind that wide the earlier
Yeah.
day. He did make a couple of interesting decisions, but we'll have to. That's a storyline we'll have to pay attention to, is how Lee plays his 30 big blind stack.
I actually said this morning, I said, I hope I'm heads up with Bryn. That's all I want. That's my goal for today. It'll be good, man. It'll be good fun. I'll have a crack. Have a crack.
Nice to see Clinton Taylor having a good time, chatting it up with one of the best in the game, Bryn Kenney. He'll be first to act here.
Fold.
Let's that Jack 7 go.
Fold.
We are nearing the conclusion of our first
Fold.
level. Don't think there'll be a break. There'll be no breaks on our stream for at least for a while on that dynamic delay.
A little surprised to see Mike Vecchio fold Queen 7
Nice.
suited from the hijack there. Looks like he slowed down just a little bit since getting bluffed there. with the ace
220,000.
queen.
Fold.
Wakeman with the big blind hand to defend here. Matt Wakeman is considering some options.
Oh.
And off to the flop we go.
Check. Check.
No improvement for either player. Gut shot for Wakeman. King Narge points out, isn't it crazy? 2 Long Islanders from New York. That's true. Bryn, Kenney, and Mike Del Vecchio, actually, both from Long Island. My hometown, home island, at least.
That's 100,000.
Yeah, like what's good to go to?
Yeah, good man. I'd love to know.
Yeah, for sure.
It'd be really good. So, like I said, I'm going to start now. So we'll see how we go.
Wakeman definitely continuing here with his gut shot to the nuts. Gut shot throw is slightly more powerful when it is to the nuts, plus the overcard.
Are you guys surprised to see Hinrichsen bet here on this flop?
A little surprised. Ooh, Wakeman pairs his 10.
Check.
Once you bet 6s on this flop and your opponent continues, very hard to find a way to navigate to showdown and still have the best hand.
So Hinrichsen debating his options here. I suspect we'll see him check. Thinking about it though.
This would be a very ambitious bluff that Hinrichsen is going for right now.
We are not short on ambition at this final table.
Bet.
We are going to see a second bullet here.
With Wakeman's exact hand, third pair on this board, very tough spot to be in. You did improve. However, if your opponent overbetting the pot here on the turn,
You go through.
it's going to be a very tough continue.
I love this
I
play.
got
You know, you bet the flop with your 6s. Pretty sure they're not the best hand. Your opponent never has ace-king. Remember, you can't have the nuts, or else Wakeman would have 3-bet pre-flop. So let's just put his weaker range in a tough position and overbet the turn. I love this. It's a lot of heart from Hinrichsen.
I don't think we can fully rule out that Wakeman doesn't have ace-king here. Yes, it's going to be at a very low frequency, but there is still a chance that he has some of them in his range. 6s here, though. Definitely a lot of ambition going for it.
I think I have like pocket 4s or something, or pocket 5s.
Oh, he calls out his
Wow.
hand
It was
too.
feeling
He
like-
knew it.
Ace,
But the way it works.
suited maybe without halves. Alright.
Wow. Wakeman correctly reads his hand, but still lets it go.
4s?
Nice
Awesome.
bluff.
Overbet the turn, gets
I
the
think if you had
job done.
exactly 4s, you're
We
obligated.
got a tweet here from the captain of the production team,
phone was right or your range was
JB
right.
Hewitt. Let's go. Final table.
I mean, I don't think
Right,
it
run
matters.
that
It's
TV.
It's so awesome that Wakeman called his hand. He got 4s, 5s. It was close. It was 6s.
Yeah.
in Manila, I'll go because the game's so big.
That right there was a battle of two players who have studied that spot pretty in depth. For Wakeman to be able to call out that his opponent could possibly have an underpair to that board is very impressive.
Those and a few little ones. It's fine. I'm happy with that.
So we have to go the full 2 hours.
First one is like 5,000 against 2,000 players.
Unreal.
Which is like, when I sat, I was like, oh, half an hour till I need to go to the bathroom. So like, that's when I actually sat down. So it would have been nice to have,
Oh, that's crazy.
So it's like a 10 Aussie.
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
like
I actually,
2,000 people.
I thought I only have half an hour, now I have 2
crazy,
hours.
isn't it?
I can't make it that.
It's huge.
So we'll,
Even
yeah, like that.
Like it's 1,000 players or 1,200
Drank lots of water at the start, eh?
10,000.
Yeah, well, no, when we were
Oh,
there.
wow.
Yeah, because as I said, I thought I only had half an hour to wait.
Yeah,
So thank you.
sure. When's that on?
In August, the end,
So that's perfect.
the end of August.
That's perfect.
And it's perfect weather there too.
Yeah, good, good. All right.
Action on Gyeong Lee. He's going to come in here with the 10-7 off
And then
on the
it's a good
button.
time, too, because if you want to have like
That's 130,000
vacation
guys.
somewhere, city in Europe too, yeah, you go somewhere there too.
Fold.
Is that alright? Like when we started, I thought we only had half an hour to the break.
Yeah,
I
we can
needed,
take a break
and I
now,
needed to
fine.
go to the toilet. But I thought I only have half an hour to wait, so I was like, I'll just wait half an hour. But now they're saying it's 2 hours.
We just take the break.
I'm happy for us to stop for like 2 minutes if you want.
Yeah, just have 5-minute break.
So when's it break?
Not for another.
So after this hand,
An
5-minute
hour,
break.
hour and a half.
Now I think.
We are on level 2 of the night here. 30 and 60,000.
Yeah, even just 5 minutes is probably enough.
Now the lines.
Yeah, that's okay. Thanks. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Two players, guys.
And Kenney defense here again.
Check with it.
Nothing here really for Bryn. Lee.
That's
Bet.
120.
Bryn gonna fold.
And a fold.
Watch Lee. He's out here gambling. He's firing away. I respect it. He opens the 10-7 into 2 really good players in the blinds. Plus he defended earlier with a very light 10-6. So he's shown he's not willing. He's not going to be afraid. 2 very aggressive plays.
Yeah, a little bit of inconsistency, I would say, with Lee's strategy so far. We saw an earlier pot where he opened pocket queens, got a jack-high board, but elected not to put any more money in the middle there on the flop. However, here he decides to open the 10-7 offsuit on the button.
So the players took a quick 5-minute break. We, however, are not going to take this break and will be accelerating forward. So the first level did come to conclusion, and the players thought they had a break, so asked for one. So let's take a look at the main event payouts. We are down to the final 7. Every player guaranteed 242,000 Australian dollars, with a $67,000 pay jump coming up next. Everybody looking for that 1.85 million first place prize. We are playing down to a winner tonight. Let's go down back.
No, I'm happy.
Action.
It's been a quick round.
10k anything.
10,000. Nice.
You want to get given handouts, do you? You want to earn
No,
those?
I want to earn those boots. No, yesterday was a struggle to earn the browns for so long. Now I'm working on earning the blues. Hopefully it's not as much of a struggle.
It's just great. Crazy stuff always happens with the Aussie Millions.
It's always amazing.
Last year it was incredible with Toby Lewis taking down the championship. That was an incredible broadcast. And this one has definitely lived up to the hype, if not surpassed it. We've had some incredible poker situations.
Because I played with him all of like day 3.
Yeah.
And so he hadn't really tried to avoid playing post flop and shit. So I could like, which kind of helps.
Yeah, I had only played with him and he seemed like a pretty big deal.
60 to go.
No, that's like middle of the day. First,
I have to note that this is a pretty big ante level compared to the size of the big blind. 10,000 ante here, 60,000 big blind.
He keeps finding the queens. This time in late position.
Nice. 140,000. Fold. Good.
No takers. Well, at least not yet.
And a fold.
Nope. They're Lee gonna drag that pot.
You guys think after Taylor got that insane bluff through with the 4 deuce offsuit that he might settle down a little bit and not go for another spot like that very soon?
I can see that. He's kind of like, whew, I got away with one.
Some
Let's
lines
settle
and
back
guys
down
think?
in. I definitely agree with that assessment, Ricky.
Especially if he was at all a little steamed from the queen jack hand. Well, then he kind of got unstuck by with the 4 deuce hand. And it's like, all right, now it's time to just relax. We'll see. He hasn't had a lot of chances
to try and get through it.
since then.
We'll see how long it takes him to pick back up the game. You'll hear him before you see him, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, he's funny.
Hinrichsen first to act here.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
How you doing, Hop Grenade? Welcome back.
This will be telling of Wakeman's strategy. King 8 offsuit in the cutoff, usually pretty wide, and he does let it go. He's thinking about it though.
All right, let's try this again.
We're dancing again.
It's Mike's turn to have the threes. This time against Clinton Taylor.
It was.
Mike makes a little baby pair.
Check. That's 60,000.
Does go check and bet. Vecchio betting the minimum here. Taylor gets out of the way.
All right, I'll take that then. That's good. Yeah. I'll take even.
Mike says, all right, we're even. Sort of.
Just the blinds and anties, guys. Thanks.
Little does he know what happened.
I'll find out in a couple hours. Great player, World Poker Tour champion. Been very successful the last few years. Made the final table of this event last year. And now here he is, Mike Del Vecchio. Started today as our chip leader. Down a little bit since then. Still hanging in strong.
Fold.
If you missed any of the action earlier this week, you can find the VODs for free here on our channel forever. Put up the Brave Titan. Always great to log on to Twitch and see some main events.
Fold.
Glad you're enjoying it.
Fold.
What is it?
Just the blinds and anties, guys. Thanks.
I was not going to make a trade. That's quite sure of it.
You can see the trophy in the back left of the screen here. It has all the winners' names engraved on it. Getting the next stand underway shortly with Gyeong Lee first to act. Seven deuce, not going to cut it.
Fold. Fold.
And Bryn Kenney with a very playable hand with his 11.5 big blinds. Gotta imagine he's just going to be all in here with pocket eights.
Raise.
Indeed he is, all in here. Taylor folds an 8. Vecchio and Hinrichsen out of the way. And Crawshaw can't call, and Bryn Kenney going to drag the blinds and anties.
Bunch good.
Thank you.
Still
Just the blinds and anties,
seven-handed.
guys. Thanks.
About 1 hour into our final table here. A little less than that. I suspect that we're going to have to progress through a couple of levels here before we lose more than a player or two. Bryn Kenney really the only player who's in any danger. Next shortest stack has about 30 big blinds.
As a poker fan, though, we would love to see Bryn Kenney double up, watch him play deep stack. One of the most creative players out there today.
Could not agree more.
Tough to be more creative than Clinton Taylor, though, right now. But yes, Bryn, obviously super respected in the poker community. Has a massive following.
Fold. Fold.
Nice hand here.
Raise.
Ace King gonna get raised.
Raise to 130,000. Fold, fold. Fold.
No tickers yet. Now we saw Lee defend worse hand than Jack 3 against Bryn Kenney not too long ago. What will he do? Queen, the Jack 3 not going to cut it. Don't quite understand the logic there. Lee defended, what was it, 10-6 offsuit against Bryn Kenney from an earlier position, but folds Jack 3 suited there. You would think that if 10-6 is good enough, then Jack 3 would be
suited too.
Right in there. Maybe Lee was just trying to beat up the short stack, doesn't want to get involved with the big stack.
If anything, I would be a little less likely to defend versus Bryn Kenney, who is a spectacular player and can do a lot of things post-flop to me.
Got a little question mark on that strategy.
Fold. Fold.
Bryn out of the way.
Fold.
Over to Vecchio.
Fold.
Nobody with much so far. The Taylor is out of the way. And a quick call by Lee.
I expect Wakeman to try and apply a lot of pressure here. Bryn Kenney is very short. Lee is one of those middling stacks that does not want to bust before Bryn Kenney. Great spot for Wakeman to take if he chooses to do so.
Good read, Ricky.
And here comes the raise. Now, what will Lee do with his weak ace in this spot?
20,000.
Lee is so handcuffed here with Wakeman raising in position against him in this blind v blind confrontation.
Wow. How would you have approached that with the ace-6, Ricky, when you limp and get raised there? Is that hand good enough to limp call? Or you think you just want to play smart and try to avoid tough spots until Bryn either doubles up or busts?
Such a tough spot because of the pay jumps that are involved at a final table. If there were no pay jumps and I'm just going for chips, then ace-6 for sure a great hand to try and see a flop with, most likely ahead of a lot of my opponent's raising range, especially if he's doing so with some weaker hands like 5-4 offsuit. However, because of those big pay jumps and there are other players at the tables who are fairly short stacked, it's okay to be a little hesitant to continue there with, not that great of a hand.
Great analysis as always. Clinton Taylor first act with the suited king. It looks like he's considering getting involved here. 7-handed could be a little on the spicy side.
Fold.
Does let it go.
Fold. Fold.
Over to Lee with the suited jack. We did see him raise earlier. 10-7 offsuit in this position.
He has been very aggressive with his button hands, but no.
This time he lets it go. And Wakeman with an ace here against Bryn as the short stack. Likely going to just move all in, given Bryn's stack.
Folding.
And that's going to do it.
Fold.
And given the short stack in the big blind, those offsuit aces, ace-6, ace-2, ace-3, all those play really well with just an open shove.
Just the lines and out these guys, thanks.
As Wakeman takes a few nice pots for himself.
Settle down, Matty. Jeez,
Sorry.
settle down.
I have good hands.
If anybody ever is like, hey, calm down over there, you're playing too many pots, you just be like, what can I do? I keep getting good hands.
You're a slow player. Come on, Ace Jack. Ace Jack had me dominated.
Tricks to Exploit says, who do you think would be the best winner for Australian poker? You got to imagine it would be one of the Australian players, of course. Clinton Taylor winning would be amazing, the Melbourne native.
Is it 30? I think so.
Andrew Hinrichsen, Matt Wakeman.
Actually, I think that anyone really do a recreation.
I think any of the three of them would be, any of these players would be great
It's never going to be fun with
and worthy champions.
That's true, yeah. It's like showing me the pain.
Raise.
Yeah.
Raise
Maybe one of
145,000.
our first looks at Crawshaw here. He's still over 50 big blinds, and he's a medium stack. It's crazy. That's how deep we're playing. The medium stack has heaps of chips.
It's going to catch up fast, though. By the time we hit 40, 80,000 next level, that 2-3 million stack doesn't feel like what it used to be.
That's just like one thing that nobody really thinks about. Yeah. You kind of have to make the game fun for people, otherwise they're just going to stop playing.
That's actually what I love.
Samson 6767, great live stream, great commentary. Thanks, boys. You are very welcome. We're going to see Taylor versus Crawshaw here, heading to the flop.
Yeah, so boring.
But it's fun for these guys. They don't get to play.
Taylor first to act.
Yeah, exactly.
Must be a lot of mucked queens and tens out there. It's 36% in a spot where you'd usually be flipping, but whoa!
We all had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Who needs queens and tens when you can flop open-ended straight flush draws?
Jumps all the way up to 65% equity.
Yeah, the whole tournament's just been a lot of fun anyway.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's a great tournament. Exactly. And that's why it's a good time here, because everyone has a good time.
Yeah.
So all the like locals.
Crawshaw does decide to bet here. How will Taylor approach this flop?
We've seen him to be very aggressive in these spots when he has these type of draws.
If he's going to check raise, I'd like for him to raise bigger than he did the last time he check raised. He made only 300 against a bet similar to this. I'd like to see him go a little bit larger here, but
I think now it's going to be about like you just do from January 1st to even like February 15th if you want.
Do a really, they could get away with doing a really long series here, but they would have to fix up like some of the structures and some of the smaller sides.
Yeah.
To make it a little bit more.
Can't quite tell what Taylor has done yet.
Some of the wrecks as well. Like I get, they need to get it done.
What like the
Does put together a raise.
No, but even like the 2Ks are pretty much the same structure, right? Like I don't know. They could do it like that. That's fine, but.
And Crawshaw here.
Right, there's an exhibition
Goes
hall
for that
too,
tiny raise once again.
Wow, actually even smaller than the last time.
This is as small as you can make it, a minimum raise to 240,000, and Crawshaw has a very easy continue here with his pocket sixes.
Yeah, you're not in love with it, but against that size, you're in position, you have the six of spades. It's going to be a relatively easy call, and that's an interesting card. Clint Taylor with the queen high flush.
Because here they got the high stuff and the low stuff.
And Taylor's reaching for chips here.
Let's see what size he goes with here.
If he bets something small enough, I think Crawshaw
That's
can
525.
definitely consider calling. But no, quickly folds to that large bet, 500,000, too much. And Taylor chipping up, almost 5 million chips.
Not saying clean.
Just run like satellites every single night.
He started this tournament with 822
Dude, they did
players. No re-entry, no rebuy.
How many did they have? Like,
One of the biggest freeze-out fields in the world. Each player put up 10,000 Australian dollars. And now we're down to the final 7. Every player guaranteed 242,000.
Next year, though. The thing is that
Playing for 1.85 million. Yeah. We're about an hour into our broadcast. Great having you guys all with us.
Dead? Wow. I just assumed they would put it someplace else.
No, they might put it someplace else, but like that time in Bahamas, I think it's just dead.
Yeah,
They need to find another place with a beach over here. It's like their beach stop.
They should bring back like a.
They got it like
Aruba,
somewhere in the
actually.
tropics.
Yeah,
People love the Aruba. I never went. I mean, it was the ultimate bet, scumbag. Like,
Yeah, it's just-
but, like the people love the place.
The last
The
couple
thing is
days of
actually,
coverage.
From what I heard, is Party has exclusive to
Plays
Baja
so,
Mar
so
also,
well.
so everyone's just torched there.
Yeah.
Action on
So
Crawshaw
Bahamas
here.
is like dead. No one wants to go play in the Atlantis.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I went for the first time ever this year, actually.
Yeah, I had to go this year.
Yeah.
Raise.
Jack 10 suited, gonna get raised here.
145,000.
Suited Broadway here for Lee.
Looks like he's putting together well, thought it was going to be a call, but it looks like he's putting together a raise, actually.
Raise.
Interesting choice here, King Jack suited.
And it's a small raise, too. 145 to 290,000.
Where are you going after this?
And Bryn actually had the
Oh,
best hand.
boy.
But whoa!
US poker open.
Oh, okay.
Now we're going to get the real hand chime in.
versus the small 3-bet. You imagine Taylor's going to come in here for the cold 4-bet. He's out of position. If he just calls here, he's probably going to go 3 ways out of position with queens, which is not a fun situation. So I would expect the cold 4-bet.
What do you think in terms of sizing?
No, actually, I have.
Oh, that's a lot.
All in.
Well, that's going to end that. All in. Going to chase out all the riffraff. And Taylor's going to pick up the 600K that's out there. Still going to win about 10 big blinds.
Just like get away, turn my phone off.
It's so funny because like it doesn't matter what time of the year it is.
Think.
Like the South Island's always beautiful.
It's just that there's no way we could continue here, but he hasn't folded yet.
It's just a little posturing here. There's no way he can do anything with King Jack versus the cold 4-bet all in.
Listen, anything is possible with the Aussie Millions, okay? I'm not ruling anything out anymore.
It's like up like northern WA, which is like a big national park. It's just fucking incredible. Like
it does fold. Insanity prevails.
It's nice
Welcome
to
to
ride,
MS. Thanks for the Twitch Prime pork chop.
Yeah. It's just.
So you did like a whole proper tour.
Yeah. Oh, I had a mate who was working for a radio. Like
Taylor does pick that up.
One of the country radio stations who was living out there, so
He's not quite chip lead, but he has about 20% of the chips in play.
Yeah. With
Going all in there, not that bad of an option. It might seem like a lot of chips, but the pre-flop raiser started the hand with about 40 big blinds. Lee himself had under 30 bigs.
You just told me to calm down.
Not a terrible spot out of position in small blinds. Let's say all in.
Lucky's had that Ash long time running up Warrior.
Having a run.
Welcome back. Twitch Prime. Pork chop.
Yeah, I love it, man. Especially if I can get nice cards, I'll be very happy.
You're gonna get hold on, as long as you get nice cards and they don't get cracked.
Captain Mentalist, so 600K pot without paying a pot. That's not a bad result. Yeah, definitely not a bad result.
The last few months I've been in Palmerston North.
Whereabouts?
It's on the west coast. West of the North Island. So I don't know if you know where Taranaki is.
No, so up north though?
No, it's like 2.5 hours north of Wellington. So my mum lives there. Yeah. And I got like quite a few friends, so quite often when I'm in New Zealand I'll go there.
I've heard of Palmerston North, I just not sure.
Taylor doesn't play the 4 deuce this time. One versus blind.
Okay. But North Island.
Vecchio
I was just
called.
going to South Island like for a
Battle of the 6-5 offsuit.
Where am I going?
South Island. He's going Christchurch and doing the drive.
South Christchurch and going south.
It's just like
Mount
one of my
Cook and
friends.
stuff.
One of my friends went for like 2 months last year, so I just asked him, hey, if you were going to go to New Zealand for a week, what would you do? And he just wrote me out like a sheet of what I should do.
Go see the glaciers and Queenstown.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It looks like Hinrichsen gonna put some pressure on pre-flop.
It was the saddest like stop that got cancelled ever was Queenstown. Like seriously, like it was because we would all just go for.
Before my time.
We would all just go for the
That's
fun,
gonna
like,
do it.
for the,
So many
the
people
location.
6-5 offsuits. The pre-flop raiser wins.
But yeah, it's such a good country to road trip in.
Oh yeah.
Like, you know,
There's a
roads
lesson
aren't
out
too
these guys
busy
think.
until you get up around to Auckland. You know, windy roads, fun to drive.
Yeah.
Very chatty final table as well so far. Haven't really seen that nervous
Before, I would always go to
quietness.
PCA, since I would always just have like insane luck at PCA. I always just win
These
usually.
players do know each other, and Taylor here just having a great time.
It's a theme with the Aussie Millions, though. Even in the 100K yesterday, and people just love being there. There's an infectious energy in the air, and everyone seems to have a good time.
And the weather's nice, and like
and like it's good. The weather
So
like
we
varies in temperature
definitely
sometimes.
moved
So
to one of
some
the
days it's like really
shorter
hot,
stacks.
just like
It was
outside or
about
like play
25
poker.
big
The other
blinds.
day it's like
Picking
25.
up a
you know,
lot
yeah,
of good
there's
hands
different
versus the
stuff
front of the
today,
final table.
He has had queens twice, and now he has the ace-king suited.
135. 135 to go, guys.
Look at Bryn Kenney folding the suited Broadway.
Oh,
Aware of
boy.
the situation, and oh wow. Oh wow, Lee fans are not going to like this.
Mike Vecchio has pocket kings here on the button.
The lead with the raise. So Vecchio
He raised to 400,000.
with a hefty re-raise.
And if we're lead, sure, there's a short stack, but we have ace king suited. It's the perfect hand just to go all in here versus the 3-bet.
He is
There it
all
is.
in. He's all in and gets snap called, and we got our first all-in call of the evening.
That's really unlucky spot to run into the kings.
And Bryn Kenney is loving this. $67,000 pay jump for all the other players if Lee is eliminated, but he's still almost, only 35% to win and stay alive.
It's a fun card.
Club.
Oh, there it is.
Vecchio has one out.
And Lee explodes in emotion at this flop. And there's the deuce. Doesn't change anything. Michael Vecchio has to find the king. The only king allowed left in the deck. Not going to do it.
Lee with the double up, and Michael Vecchio having a nightmare start to this final table. Still okay with 2.2 million, but he got bluffed, and now the bad beat.
Can't do anything else there if you're Mike Del Vecchio. Just have to recover from here.
Lee's picked up a lot of very, very strong holdings since the start of the final table. It looked like he was going on a downward spiral, hitting that ace there on the flop, keeping his tournament life alive.
1.52. 1.
Kings suck.
Kings do
1.52.
man.
Okay, so what a surprise when Kevin Martin's hanging around. Ace King just does a little bit better.
It's the best. Oh,
Best of
Mike,
luck
that
tonight,
one
guys.
hurts.
Thanks.
Deep breath. We saw Mike go through some massive swings in day 4 as well. But he always came back and put the stack back up.
Like, at least give me a
See what he does here.
Don't flop me to 1 out. This is rude.
Could Mike Del Vecchio be on his way to back-to-back 5th place finishes at the Aussie Millions? He'd be so disappointed.
Just bring it on the flop.
He's still got a lot of room left. He's not the short stack.
You like say the
He's either 6th or 5th.
Yeah, I was like, we could have some fun.
Not a fun card. The ace that falls.
I know. It was like a 10 of clubs would have been a real fun card to see after that, and then we could have seen the rest. Like the ace.
Vecchio trying to shake it off there.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Vecchio came into day 4 of this event as the overwhelming chip leader and had sort of the same kind of roller coaster start as well. He did regroup very quickly though to bag the chip lead coming into this final table. Let's see if he can recover in the same way.
Like 2.1 or 2.2.
Raise.
Oh, you're good.
Solid hand here. Ace Jack suited for Hinrichsen.
Oh my goodness.
The honeys for Crawshaw now.
Come to play, boys.
So button raise, we're in the small blind. What is our 3-bet size here?
About 500,000 looks about right.
510, 520.
And a fold.
And Hinrichsen is definitely continuing here. The question is, does he want to shove or just call?
575.
Ricky, do you agree? I think we lean towards calling. We can choose some other hands as 4-bet shoves. Like, let's say we have 8s or 7s. We can shove those. This hand's just flops so well. This is a perfect hand just to call, play in position in the 3-bet pot.
Yeah, you want to keep in some of his 3-bet bluffs in as well. And
oh my goodness. This is for the chip lead.
And Crawshaw's life is on the line now. This is another huge pot. 20% of the chips in play.
38%.
Somehow Bryn Kenney has not been all in and called yet. 2 other players have been all in and called.
huge pot to take here with the Ace-Jack suited.
Oh, and there's the ace! Crawshaw has to find a queen, and one of the queens has been folded. He has to find.
Disgusted.
He has to find the Queen of Hearts to stay alive, or we're gonna lose our New Zealander. That's not going to do it. And Andrew Hinrichsen takes a commanding chip lead. He has about a third of the chips in play.
Unlucky, brother.
We didn't get to see much from Hamish Crawshaw today.
That is so disgusting. That was 100 big blinds. Not quite, but heaps.
So many chips. He played so well the other day.
He would have been one of the biggest stacks if he could have held the queens there.
Poker is a cruel game. Hamish pulled off some amazing bluffs on day 4. Got top set of aces to fold for his tournament life on the river.
Do not have a pocket pair today, boys.
Let's go down and hear from Crawshaw, our 7th place finisher.
Queens and the small blind versus button ace-jack suited. It's a bit of a cooler, you know. Unfortunately, I lost. Would have been nice to just like take it down, but you know, sometimes you got to get it in and flip for your tournament life for huge amounts of money. And sometimes it doesn't pay off. I mean, you kind of hope you'll get there eventually, but you know, you can't come with too much expectations. But yeah, there was some pretty, it was a surreal experience, and there were some big hands along the way. And yeah, just happy to get this far. I mean, unfortunately, the final table didn't go that well, but you know, it is how it is. Sometimes you come in chip leader and you get out first. Sometimes you come in short stack and get first. Like, you know, it's got to take what's given to you. You look how many chips Hinrichsen's got now. It's hard to really. He's obviously favourite now. You know, the chips are the talking. You know, he can lose to the second stack and still have piles. So you know, it's going to be tough for someone to come in and top them off the top of the perch. Yeah.
Very classy. Hamish Crawshaw taking home $242,000. Not a bad 5 days work.
Very, very classy exit, but you can just listen to the disappointment in his voice, and you can't blame him. He's got it. Of course, he wins a lot of money, but when you're thinking about big moments in your poker career, you don't get spots like this all that often. You know, 5 days into a poker tournament, on the feature table, the lights are bright, and to have your hand not hold, I'm just, oh man, it's a 6-6 game.
Yep. Hinrichsen now 8 million chips.
Raise to 150.
I feel for Crawshaw there because that all-in confrontation didn't necessarily need to happen. Hinrichsen took a very aggressive spot with ace-jack suited. Before he said all in, I was going to say Crawshaw might not be 3-bet bluffing too much there with Bryn Kenney being such a short stack and Hinrichsen on the button covering him. So very aggressive spot to take. Fortunately, it worked out for Hinrichsen and not so much for Crawshaw, who finishes in 7th place.
Yeah, now Hinrichsen way our chip leader. He does raise here from the cutoff position. What will Matt Wakeman do with Jack-6 suited? Gotta think he's gonna come for the ride.
150, right?
150.
And Bryn Kenney just made $67,000 just by hanging out.
He's gotta be pretty happy. Bryn Kenney is sitting on 11 big blinds.
Get those Kmart ladders out in the chat. It's the best part about final table poker, when you're just sitting there and not doing nothing, and then they're just like, yep, you've just made X tens of thousands of dollars just by staying alive. Like, I love staying alive. This is great. Getting paid to just exist. Feels amazing, man. No pair for either player here.
Although it's nice for Kenney to get this ladder, I don't think he thinks about it too much. He wants to find that double up to put himself back in contention to winning the title.
Does go check bet and to fold. And Hinrichsen continues to accumulate. So, an hour and a little bit into the broadcast here. Bryn Kenney still alive. Mike Del Vecchio down about 3 million from where he started today. Matt Wakeman up a little bit. Gyeong Lee doubled up since he's begun.
Storyline so far, we've had 2 massive all-in confrontations and 2 bad beats. Ace-King cracks kings, and then Ace-Jack cracks the queens, along with, don't forget, the 4-deuce offsuit bluff from Clint Taylor has been the moment of our broadcast.
Never forget the 4-deuce.
He has 5.4 million chips.
There he is, the man who's pulled off the biggest bluff so far at this final table. It's a very reasonable 8-7 suited, but he doesn't want to play it. 6-handed.
A couple people in the Twitch chat say, why is Bryn playing so tight? It has to do with the stack size, you guys. When you get down to 11, 12, 13 big blinds, you can't play a lot of poker. You just kind of have to wait for a hand to go all in with. Bryn is obviously very comfortable with whatever stacks it does. It's kind of frustrating because you don't get to open a lot of hands. You don't get to feel as involved, but just got to wait for the right hands to open shove.
Raise. It's 108,000.
With a very reasonable hand here. Wow, big raise, 3 times the blind. What do you think the strategy is behind that, Ricky?
A lot of players do this because the big blind being so short, it gives them less of an option to just call and defend their big blind versus a small raise. He kind of forces Bryn Kenney to say, I'm all in, or just fold his hand.
Yeah, like this is now an awkward spot because against the min raise, I mean, it would still be not super fun for Bryn. But like, what do you do now with 10 blinds?
Fold.
Just folds it. Nice.
If you can get your opponent to fold hands as strong as ace-5 offsuit versus a cutoff open in the big blind there,
yeah,
it's going to work out very well.
Thank you.
Could have been some danger there for Bryn. He gets away from it, stays alive. Bryn Kenney by far our shortest stack with about 10 big blinds. 6 players remain here at the Aussie Millions main event.
Look at that stack of chips in front of Hinrichsen. He's got the look. He's got the beautiful mustache. Gotta appreciate the mustache. And there is your favorite to take this whole thing down.
For what we've seen in the last couple of days of coverage, he has the game to take down this title as well.
So solid. You could definitely argue the 4-bet shove with H-Jack suited was a little ambitious.
135.
But he's played extremely great poker the last couple of days.
Fold. Fold.
And this is it for Bryn Kenney. Actually, it's a little scary versus Mike's under the gun raise.
Yeah, I think we'll see Bryn go for it here. What do you think, Ricky?
The Vecchio is going to be opening enough hands from early position into Clint Taylor's big blind here. I think ace-jack just has to go in. You're very likely to be ahead, even if you are called in the spot.
We have seen. Go ahead, Ricky.
I was just going to ask Ricky, it's the line though, right? We fold ace-10, get an ace-jack.
Ace-10 offsuit is most likely to fold in this spot.
And Del Vecchio may be priced in here. Looks like he's getting nearly 2-1.
Let's go.
He does call. This is Bryn Kenney's first time being all in and called. And Bryn's a 2-1 favorite to double up.
This is a huge spot for Del Vecchio as well. If he loses this, he'll be down to 1.5 million.
There's an ace and a jack. And Del Vecchio is going to have to make some backdoor clubs, backdoor straights.
3 clubs.
That would be a good card for him. 3
Almost.
of spades, so close, but not quite. He does have 2 outs now. 4 that isn't a spade. 1 club, 2 few. Bryn Kenney gonna double up, and him and Mike Del Vecchio have similar stacks now with about 20-25 blinds.
Remember, Mike Del Vecchio came into this final table as the chip leader, and now he's one of the short stacks.
He's lost over 70% of his stacks since the start of the day.
When he had ace 2, I went, oh no, the 2's have been, oh no, not the 2.
Oh, that's not a good feeling.
Yeah, I know. The ace is always. So I seen the 2, I'm like, no. The 2's got it, you're done.
Don't want to be up against ace high today. So far.
Yeah, they both had aces and still come with still an ace on flop. It's like they were both thinking the same thing. I have an ace in my hand, I'm going to win against it. Ace on the flop.
Yeah. Oh, ace is golden. I'm good.
All smiles for Bryn Kenney after the double up. Del Vecchio has to be thinking, what else could go wrong?
Yeah, Del Vecchio's got to try to refocus. Still has plenty of chips to work with. Run still 30 and 60,000. About halfway through our 90-minute level.
Fold. Fold.
Nice fold by Lee. Discipline laydown.
Great covers all about those discipline laydowns.
Discipline laydowns.
Fold.
Whenever you fold a suited connector in any position correctly, I'm always just like, wow, I admire your discipline, because it's hard for me. Clinton Taylor with the 8-3 suited. Expect him to come in for a limp.
Raise.
Goes in for a raise this time, actually.
Raise to 130.
Small raise. And Del Vecchio has a calling hand in the big blind. And off to the flop we go.
Two players. Check.
No improvement for either player.
Check.
Check, check here. And there's the king. Heart draw, though, for Taylor.
This spells trouble for Taylor, now turning the flush draw.
That's 145.
I think just calling here. We want to keep our
Oh,
opponent's
page come.
small blind range really wide. Not a ton to protect against.
Check.
Taylor knows he has to bluff to win. And that is what he is reaching for. I don't think Del Vecchio will fold here.
Doesn't change.
How much?
This is not
That's
going to
170.
work.
Cool.
Small bet. Getting
I've
called.
got nothing.
Nothing is not going to win this pot. Del Vecchio
Too
going to
busy.
heal up a little bit here.
Another
Chipping
half would have
back up
been
2
very
million.
sad for you. What I'm saying?
What's a little more sadness?
Now
Now
we're
what's a little
even.
more?
Now we're even.
That's that much.
He's taking it so well.
I just didn't want you to have a king.
Quite the action turn card.
Hey?
Quite
Got
the
a great
action
attitude,
turn
I
Mike Del
know, I
Vecchio.
just didn't want him to have a king. I was hoping he'd have a king. And he did. Got unlucky. Another heart would have been great. Even the
Gotta
7
love
of hearts
Clint
would have been
Taylor.
wonderful. And I wouldn't have done anything for him. Kings and tens. Even now, Marco. Good. So,
Close enough. At the
I
very
thought I'd be
least.
nice and give it back to you, alright? So I'll get it back later.
The next hand will be a big turning point.
Our next hand?
Yeah.
Cool. I look forward to it.
Almost a little Tony
I'm
G
not
in
sure if I
there.
do. I'll tell you later.
What's up? It's Lucas D.
Fold.
How you been, buddy? Been a little while. Hope you're doing good.
Fold.
Great to have all you guys with us hanging out. Reading Twitch chat all night long. Here with Rated GTO, Kevin Martin.
Raise.
Hello, friends.
Hanging out on
125
runitup.tv.
Been a good start to the broadcast. This is our third day in a row. Yesterday we had a very enjoyable 100K challenge where Carrie Cat took down the title in what was a wild final table.
Actually reached out to Carrie after the final table and congratulated him and talked about some of the hands that he played at the end of the night. And although he disagreed on the straight hand that he thought he should just call, he did say that the Jack-9 hand where he had to pair, he was like, what can I do? No breaks, 12 hours straight. You know, I'm a 49-year-old man. Like, it's okay. It's okay to make mistakes. Carrie played great, though, on his way to winning. You can check out that VOD from yesterday. Let's check out all that great action.
Massive flop from the chip leader here. Taylor raises the button. Hinrichsen just calls the big blind. You got to imagine we're coming in for a check raise with the top two pair. You want to get value when Taylor has his ace-x, draws, even a hand like two jacks, two queens, he's going to have trouble folding. This is a spot where from the big blind, I love this raise.
I don't think Taylor's going to go anywhere just yet, actually. He has the backdoor flush draw with his king high, and he's shown he's willing to get in the mix a little.
This is why check raising is also good. It's because people will float here with hands like king nine of diamonds. Often a very good strategy just to fast play your hands from the big blind. You're right, Ricky. Taylor is not convinced. With only 3% putting chips into the pot.
He is ahead of those spade draws, those low straight draws.
The only thing I can think of that would make him a little hesitant to go after this spot is he is up against the chip leader. Oh, he does pass.
Thinks better of that. We've seen that action a couple times where he goes to his stack, thinks better, but folds.
I think if it was against any other player who didn't cover him by so much, he might have floated one there, try and turn a flush draw. Might still have the best hand there with king high, but against the chip leader, I can see why he would be a little hesitant to continue there.
For sure. If he had some sort of gut shot with a backdoor flush draw, it would make it a lot easier, but just with the king nine, I like the fold. As Hinrichsen just crushing right now. Got lucky with the ace jack suited versus queens, but sometimes you need that to happen.
All right, next hand underway here. Matt Wakeman first to act.
Six-handed, as deep as his table are. Oh, surprised to see that. Jason, what do you think about the deuces?
Disciplined. Disciplined down.
Raise.
With how deep stacks are, I am shocked that Wakeman doesn't open the
125
pair.
guys. Fold. Fold. And fold.
Taylor's going to win this small pot.
I have to point out, the hand that might be overlooked at the end of this final table, if Hinrichsen is able to pull this off, is his sixes bluff on the queen, jack, 7, 10 board. Him going for an overbet on the turn and getting Wakeman to fold ace 10, that might be one of the overlooked pots. Helped him gain a little bit of momentum. If he had lost that pot, he would have been back to one of those middling stacks where he wouldn't be able to do as much. But I think winning that pot gave him a little bit of extra courage to go after that ace-jack spot, which was very fortunate for him.
It was a great play when he overbet the turn with the sixes. Massive swing right there. Who are you cheering for, Twitch chat? Who do you want to see do well here at the final six?
Here's Bryn with the honeys.
135,000.
Raising it up.
135 to call.
Kevin Gerhardt in chat rooting for Mikey D. Just got that 8-7 suited right now.
Fold.
But lets it go.
Fold.
Not Wakeman with a defendable hand in the big blind. Will he call here for 75,000? Looks like he will.
Cool. Like it. I got two players, guys.
And flops a gut shot. Bryn can't love that flop.
Advantage.
Does go check, check.
This wouldn't be a terrible spot for Wakeman to start bluffing. He does have the gut shot, and Bryn's shown a lot of weakness by checking back on this ace 5-5 flop.
Couldn't Bryn also check back a lot of aces here, though, to kind of play a little tricky, a little defense, mix it up a little bit? If there's one person who seems capable, it's Bryn.
I think it might be unlikely. A lot of his stronger aces he's going to bet the flop with and try and get value from.
That's 325.
I love this bet from Wakeman, deciding to size up here. He's not going to be betting this turn very, very often. So when he does, he wants to put a lot of pressure onto the weaker parts of Kenney's range, such as these queens. If Kenney calls here, he'll have less than a pot-sized bet behind on the river.
I wonder if Bryn was just gonna fold here, wait for another spot.
This is such a gross spot to be in because of the stack size he's on.
Wow. Well done, Wakeman.
4 high gets it done.
You're right. If he doesn't size up there, Bryn's definitely going to peel the queens, but that size that threatened to river all in just got him to fold the turn.
If you're enjoying the show, get in touch with us on Twitter at Jason Somerville. I am joined by two of the best, Kevin Rob Martin and the one and only Rated GTO,
Ricky Guan.
If you guys are enjoying the show, you can follow Ricky here on Twitch, ratedgto.tv.
Ricky has the poker skills, but I too owed him this morning in Guess Who. He had some massive Guess Who leads.
You're a big fish in Guess Who, huh?
We'll trade Guess Who coaching for poker coaching.
Wow. Strong.
10-minute tank on
Fold.
the river.
And I can't wait to join you guys back on Twitch. See you guys in about a week or so.
Raise.
Mike Del Vecchio with a raise here with pocket fours.
135. Fold.
No takers yet.
Yeah, I'd like 2.
I think it's 1.9.
1.8.
Looks like Wakeman considering maybe a little re-raise here. It just lets it go. And Bryn quickly folds. Del Vecchio chips up a little bit. Bryn falling now under 1.1 million, under 20 big blinds.
Just reminds me now these guys.
Nananoku in the chat. How you doing, buddy? Nananoku was a broadcaster last year for the Aussie Millions. Does a fantastic job as always.
One of my favorite commentators, does a lot with Triton. One of my favorite streamers, and probably my favorite poker chef, actually.
Oh boy.
If you ever want a wonderful meal, there's no one better. As long as you bring a fire extinguisher, oof, can't be beaten.
Final 6 here. Aussie Millions final table.
Nano is actually at the Aussie Millions this year. Been playing a bunch of the events at Crown.
Fold.
Nananoku does a good job of supporting poker economies wherever he travels and plays.
He's done very well recently, though. Had a chance to spend some time with him in California. It was my first time playing against Nananoku.
Matt Wakeman here on the button decides not to attack with the 8-5. And Bryn in the small blind against the big blind. How will he approach this queen 9 against a player who is probably not too studied on blind versus blind play?
He's going to limp a lot.
Manage.
Good players, especially against amateurs, they love getting in deep using their skills post flop.
Nice and friendly. So far, at least.
I'm not surprised to see Bryn use limping strategy.
Is it going to be friendly?
Oh. Little piece for both of them here. Flushed off Taylor.
Oh, look, I'll say how friendly
Bryn
you
with
are.
9.
That's 105.
Could be friendly. Oh, it's not that friendly.
Oh,
shit.
Taylor's future might
Maybe
find
nasty
his
now.
pot down the road,
Still
even
pretty
if he doesn't
friendly.
make it flush.
Only a check call so far.
check.
I'll check as well now. A bit worried.
Check, check.
Yeah.
Taylor ends up with 6 high here.
And turn goes check, check. Bryn loves his hand after this river bet. He's going to go for some value.
So now you get
Trying to get
nasty.
called by 7.
Now you're
And
That's 135.
9, 8.
You're getting
Pocket
nasty
6s.
now.
And Taylor finds a bluff here. Feels like he should have a straight here. If he shoved, it probably would work.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, it wouldn't rep very
I wish
much.
that 5 was a spade. What on,
I'm
sir?
happy that
Just
it
going
was.
to give it up.
Really wish it was.
Once checking the turn, shoving the river wouldn't make a lot of sense on the 5 of hearts. I think Bryn would find the hero call there with Queen 9
It
if
was a
Taylor
nasty
shoved.
flop.
It would be tough.
Good thing it
Very
wasn't a
tough,
queen
but-
of spades on the
Here's a tweet from Shane Miles 23. He said in for a
Yeah, you would
good
have been, it would have been done. It would have been game over.
Yeah, because I'm too little to ever get away from that.
set in for a good Arvo / night with the final table of the Aussie Millions main event. Thanks for running up TV here on Twitch. Round poker.
But it was friendly because he called.
It was friendly. Flush draw versus middle pair.
Yeah.
So just a check call. That was still
36
friendly.
minutes in this level.
It's not like he had a 6 high versus king high.
I'm just going like I said, boys. You know, I'm just doing this in
You'll
five
say,
cents.
We're in the fun corner over here.
I did. I had a flash draw. I missed it.
No, excuse me. We're going to 48 next.
Yeah.
Yeah, 48.
It's pretty friendly pot considering.
Friendly
Look at
corner
a
over
massive
here.
jump.
Very friendly corner.
Oh,
Lead here with the Queen 9. Decides to raise it here.
that's
Interesting.
140. 140 to pull.
Put up brick poker. And Wakeman here with a suited king.
I've seen Wakeman play quite a bit, and he loves using the suited kings as 3-bets. So I think that's why he paused there. Off to a spot, sometimes he will go for a light 3-bet, but gets out of the way.
See how Bryn approaches this with ace-jack offsuit. Could easily just shove. Could find a smaller 3-raise. Could call. The only thing that would really surprise me is a fold here.
I think 3-bet all in and calling are the two options here, the two preferred options.
He does
That's
shove.
not very friendly, is it?
Fold.
Nobody else has much. This is going to take down the pot. And Bryn Kenney, over 25 big blinds.
Fold.
Yeah, well done, sir.
Thank you.
Nice hand, Bryn Kenney, chipping up. Still got about 30 minutes left here of this level. 30,000, 60,000. There's about 25 million chips in play. So over 400 big blinds across these 6 players. Stack's still very deep. Action on Gyeong Lee, our Korean player. He'll be out of the way here.
I think our tournament director mentioned that Lee is the first Korean player to ever reach an Aussie Millions main event final table.
Fold.
Awesome.
Fold.
Very international field here we have at the Aussie Millions. Once again, blind versus blind here between Vecchio and Hinrichsen.
Last time Mike limped the small blind, he was met with a raise from Hinrichsen, and will definitely once again here.
He actually had 6-5 the last time this came blind versus blind.
Raise. That's 220.
Close spot here for Vecchio. I mean, it's close between. Looks like he's going to put the call together here, or at least he's doing some quick accounting to see if he can afford it.
This looks like more than a call to me.
Ooh,
wow.
Mike senses that the chip leader is getting out of line. It's not going to work in this situation, as I think Hinrichsen is going to move all in.
This is a 10.5 blind raise. Vecchio didn't have that many blinds to start with.
He's committed over a third of his stack to do this.
Mike Vecchio just thinking, when is something going to go my way?
And Vecchio now falls down to about 23 big blinds.
A lot of times that works. You know, a lot of times the chip leader is getting out of line, and then just to have it shoved in your face, and just like you feel like, oh, it's got to be frustrating. You can see his body language is not one of confidence. Started the final table as a chip leader, and he is near the bottom of the stacks.
Look at the castle that's being built.
I would like to see a limp and a call there with 6-5 suited. Flops super well.
Yeah, Vecchio took an alternate route. Thought he was getting attacked by the chip leader. But not this time. Remember, there are 3 chips in play. Those yellows are 5K. Chocolates are 25K.
Ricky, if we do that, don't we want to have some blocker effects? Like, isn't there other hands to do that with that's going to be a little more effective?
It's a spot where Hinrichsen is going to be raising pretty polar, in my opinion. He's going to have really, really good hands that are going to raise and most likely want to get the money in, and some pretty trash hands that are going to fold when you limp 3-bet. For Vecchio in that spot, 6-5 suited is a hand that does pretty well post-flop. You know, pretty decent suited connector, willing to see a flop. And if you limp 3-bet, a lot of times you're going to be, you know, your opponent's just going to fold or face with resistance where they're going to shove, and you get denied all of your equity with the hand that night.
So Wakeman raises here with 7-5 suited. Vecchio with the better suited hand. And Hinrichsen with the best suited hand so far. What will he do here with that ace-8 suited? Clearly could just call here, but it doesn't seem like what he's leaning towards. He does have the best hand.
Cool.
Decides to just call. And Lee's got to call a min raise here. 60,000 to win 480,000. Welcome to Baby Wolverine. Thanks for the Twitch Prime pork chop.
Thank you.
And we got ourselves a little 4-way pot.
4 players, guys.
Oh, a little bit for almost everybody here. Bottom 2 for Wakeman, open ender for Vecchio, middle pair for Lee. And Hinrichsen with just the backdoor flush draw.
Check.
Wakeman checking here with bottom 2 pair.
Vecchio in position here. Decides to bet. Looks like 225,000.
225.
Tough spot for Lee here with Wakeman behind. Also, Vecchio shows a lot of strength by betting for 4 ways.
Yeah, Lee's going to get out of the way. You got to imagine Wakeman is going to shove, given Vecchio's stack.
Super interesting check here by Wakeman as the pre-flop raiser. Very underrated to check a hand this strong. It's going to work out for him this time when it gets around to him.
Whoa, Lee calls here. Unexpected.
Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wakeman's like, I got 2 pair. I need to
put money in the pot.
I need to check raise. This is what he's thinking.
Yeah.
The dealer lost track of the action and almost turned it, I think, there. I mean, considering we have short stacking Vecchio and Lee isn't that deep either.
Wakeman's going to make it $1 million here or something like it.
I can see the check shove very easily for sure. 5-7 is super strong here, but it's also very vulnerable on a lot of turns. There it is.
It was just shoved.
And Michael Vecchio is he's thinking, what is this? Nothing's going my way. He's forced to fold his open-ended.
And Lee kind of put his foot in the wrong place here. Didn't have to get involved. Pre-flop, it's fine to call, but on the flop with the player behind him calling with middle pair here, it's just going to be really hard to show this hand down if you have the best hand.
Well played by Wakeman.
Wakeman.
Nice pot. Nice pot from Matt Wakeman.
Just the blinds in out, these guys, thanks.
Nice little final table so far for him.
He's played very well so far, in my opinion. Can Vecchio turn it around?
Yeah, you can just see him wincing. He's a little flushed. He's got to be frustrated with how it's gone so far. Still in there. Deep breath. Make it happen. Jason, what do you always tell me when I play tournaments? He texts me, Kevin, when you win a hand, don't get happy. When you lose a hand, don't get sad.
Is that what I say most often? I feel like I usually just say discipline.
You keep texting me. Don't punt. Don't punt.
I also say that. And when you do punt, I say, it's okay. You'll get it next time. I remember one time you punted pretty hard and you were like, kind of sad, kind of done. I was like, yeah, it happens, dude. If you never punt, you're not punting.
Where's this advice when I'm playing, Jason?
You don't need the advice. You're too good.
150.
$9.2 million.
I'm really a better cheerleader than I am a coach these days, you know? If you need me to be on your rail and be like, R-A-T-E-D-G-T-O, I can do that. That I can do. I'll bring the pom-poms and everything.
I'll hold you to that.
Yeah.
Almost there. And this Game Arts Games will be back soon. Lots of content planned for 2019.
Those are blinds in out, these guys, thanks.
Very excited about it. And coming down here and casting the Aussie Millions for a few days whenever available, though. Pretty awesome.
Hinrichsen, our chip leader here, started out basically tied for the chip lead with Mike Vecchio. They've had very opposite fortunes.
Six-handed, 40% of the chips in play in the driver's seat.
You're like 1.5, yeah.
1.55.
Vecchio and Bryn about similarly stacked here.
Fold.
Ooh, interesting. Clinton Taylor folds the ace-4 suited under the gun here. Six-handed.
Raise.
Gyeong Lee decides to open here with a reasonable Jack 8.
Raise to 140, guys.
Oh, nice hand here from Matt Wakeman.
I was gonna say this is a great spot for Wakeman to apply pressure versus Lee's open, but even better spot when you have a really good hand.
Sorry, Mike. How much do you have? Sorry.
1 million.
1 million.
That's a true professional right there. The Vecchio's not even in the hand, but he wants everyone else who is still in the hand to know how many chips he still has.
Yeah, it's like, hey, just so everyone hasn't forgotten, there's a short stack at the table. We won 500,000 here.
Cool.
Whoa! Thought he was going to 3-bet for sure, but
Wow. Really surprised.
very, very surprised we choose tens to flat here. I guess he's thinking Bryn is short in the big blind, maybe give him a squeeze spot.
Two players.
Ooh, there's the 10.
Oh, nice.
Wakeman might also be thinking if he 3-bets the 10s here, he doesn't want to get shoved on by Lee and have to play a 40 big blind all-in pot.
That's
versus
300.
someone who probably isn't 3-betting too late. However, 10s is super strong though.
It's a big bet. 300,000 here. We're going to just flat pre-flop. We just flat flop here.
Definitely give your opponent some rope here. Top set doesn't need too much protection. And your opponent did bet very big on the flop.
In old 2006, 2005 poker, people were all about, oh, protect your hand, prevent the suck out. And those days are over. It's about developing a strategy that makes you the most money. I think calling here is a really, really crafty and clever play.
He does raise though. He doesn't have to go very big.
Raise.
See what size he raises. Gonna end the hand right here anyway, but 650, 750.
Yeah, not too much. That's going to end the hand here. Wakeman's going to have over 6 million chips after this hand.
I can see why Wakeman decided to check raise here. Lee went very big on this flop, saying that he has a fairly good hand, and Wakeman doesn't want any scare cards to come away if Lee had a very strong hand in this spot. Unfortunately, though, Lee just has jack high.
Oh.
Wakeman does drag that pot. 6.3 million now.
A lot of different decisions Wakeman could have employed in that spot. Could have 3-bet pre-flop, could have just check called on the flop.
Still got a hefty bet in the flop. 5 big blinds out of his opponent.
Looks like this is the good side. This side hasn't lost a pot to the other side, I think, yet. Not a meaning one goal at all.
Bryn's half of the table has been doing pretty good.
Good side, too.
Gotta say hi to the girlfriend who just popped in the chat. Peely, hello. Good to see you.
The only
Glad she's
pot our
enjoying
side
the
lost
poker
was the 3
coverage.
of hearts versus the King 7. Oh, yeah. Otherwise, our side is just smashing it. Let's keep it going. Sorry, we'll chop down that big stack one pot at a time. One big grab at a time.
Vecchio out of the
Those are
way.
the only ones that matter. Is the one that you take a
Be in the big
grab.
blind soon.
Things
Getting
change
so
fast,
short
man.
side. Million chips.
That's why it's a,
Lee's
such a fun
definitely
game.
been
and
opening
testamental all the
wide
time,
for
because
every
you go from
position.
just, like, having
Hands
such a
kinda
great
like
grasp of
these.
being chip leader in the tournament,
Let's see if
you lose
he's
2 hands
going
to
to slow
last
down
minute.
or continue the aggressive play with Jack 9 off from the cutoff.
Other than that ace king versus king spot from earlier, he really hasn't won that many hands that he's chosen to enter. It hasn't stopped him from continuing to open these hands though.
140.
This is a spot where I would just say this is too wide. You got Wakeman on the button, Bryn in the small blind. Short stack and Vecchio, so I'm telling you, Lee could just relax a little bit, play a little bit tighter, but he's going for it.
Come on in.
If he does shove here, this is probably going to work. Bryn Kenney chipping up to nearly 30 big blinds now.
Fold.
Nice hand for Bryn Kenney. Nearly undefeated. He did fold the queens against the 4 high. Not that long ago. So who does the commentary team think will win? Well, it's tough to say that Andrew Hinrichsen is not the favorite, given that he has 40% of the chips in play, 6-handed. That's going to be tough to beat.
What I want, one blue chip at a time.
Vecchio and Bryn Kenney are two most accomplished players, but are also our two shortest stacked players. Matt Wakeman hard to count against also. What do you think, Ricky? Who's your pick?
Yeah, Harrison has to be the favorite right now, but I'm loving the way that that Wakeman has been playing so far. As long as he continues to keep his chip stack up, not lose too many big all-in confrontations, I think he has a pretty good shot.
The heart wants Clint Taylor, though. Satellite winner, ran the craziest bluff with 4-deuce offsuit. Friendly, chatty would be great for Australia poker.
220,000.
Nothing against these sick top professional players. They're incredible, but I'd love to see Taylor take down the trophy.
What Bryn Kenney do here at Queen Jack? He has the stack now that he could just call, but he's not calling. Looks like he's put in about 400,000 with this Queen Jack. Oh, and Taylor here.
I'm gonna say Taylor looks interested, and obviously, in a similar spot earlier, he just went all in with 2 queens, and there it is again. He comes in for the shove, a little bit risky, but it's going to work in this situation.
It's mostly risky because of Matt Wakeman, right? If Wakeman has a hand here, you're just out.
Perfect.
He could make it. He could easily make it a million, call off either short stack, and then fold to Wakeman if he needed to. But hey, it works for Taylor. He's now over 5 million chips, and Bryn Kenney just gave up 6 blinds that he's worked so hard for.
Honestly, it's not the worst strategy. If I was Clint Taylor's coach and he had some of these big hands pre-flop, you don't want your opponent peeling and then calling, and then playing these big 4-bet pots out of position as the lesser experienced players. So if I was his coach, I would say this is not a terrible strategy to employ. If you have a good hand, put all the money in and hope for the best.
I was friendly too.
In that exact spot, though, I would say, because he can make it a million and fold and stay in the tournament against literally only Wakeman. But yes, I generally agree.
I'm sure you had a good hand. You weren't just shoving 5 mil into him.
Pocket raise.
All right, Gyeong Lee, first to act.
So 6-handed, we got 3 people with a lot of chips.
Lee is kind of falling from being one of the short stacks also now.
We got 3 shorter stacks in Bryn, Lee, and Vecchio.
Next level is going to be really interesting when it becomes 40, 80,000. We're going to really have a divide between the haves and the have-nots. Right now, Vecchio with that ace-7 suited.
Could limp and try to trap, but nope, just decides to shove. Definitely prefer the open shove to a limp and a trap. Just because of the final table situation.
They're the ones that make you want to go
Falling
home
off the
and
final
cry.
tables
You're
is
like,
always a little bit scarier than any
Took a
other
long time, but I'm on the
tournament
board.
situation. So I
had a
love the
feeling
open
he was
shove
gonna
there.
gangster on that one, actually. You got gangster there, huh? Oh, I love it.
Yeah, the young kids, they use a word called ICM. Basically summed up means busting final tables is bad. Is what it basically means. You always just want to protect your tournament life.
Of course. Sometimes you just gotta go for it. You're like, yeah, I'm not folding this hand and having 2.4. I'm fucking going for it.
I'm saying you do it many times.
You watched a few of the videos before today. You got ready for it. Sometimes you just gotta
So was
fucking.
Bryn inspired, was it?
Nah, I just don't know watching.
Matt Wakeman first to speak.
That's what I mean. So it was a Bryn inspired.
Ooh, he's got a pretty nice one too.
Awesome.
Ace King of Blue. He's coming in for a raise.
To 120, fold. Fold.
Also, you did one of
Nobody
my
else has much so far.
Yeah. That's my favorite.
Hinrichsen could call here, but usually you would just fold out of position. Oh, he's going to. Might cost him some chips here.
Cool.
Yeah, I would say against the end of the gun open on Wakeman, it would go 9-8 suited for sure, 7-8 suited. This is not that far away from that. A little bit surprised. And big blind with the 7 deuce offsuit says, let's play a pot. Wow.
The last time that he decided to take a speculative hand multi-way, got a little punish for it with the Jack 7 off.
This is just unnecessary.
Is the 7 deuce game on at this final table?
It's like, oh, how do you like your kings?
It's not needed.
Are those kings looking?
Lucky for Hinrichsen, no blue cards here.
I was really gonna wish that he checked the river because he would have won.
Lead does make a pair.
He was thinking he was just gonna save 800, but no, he would have won the bottom.
Wakeman though with the best pair and the best kicker against the worst pair. I don't know, because I flopped it.
Yeah. You're not coming to just cash. You're gonna come to fight.
That's 135, fold.
Sure.
And yeah, that's the problem with 7 deuce. You call, you flop a deuce, you're just like, all right, I'm still folding. Like you're just calling to try to make trips or 2 pair. It's going to be pretty hard to show a profit if you're only winning when you flop 2 pair or trips. You know,
good luck will be
7-5, sure.
Face when he's looking at the phone like one time. All of a
What's up,
sudden,
Nathan
his face
Manuel?
lights
Nice to see you. Hope you're feeling better.
Yeah, really.
When are you gonna lose a pot, man? Come on.
You just took chips off. You just took chips off.
As long as it's all coming this way.
Wakeman has had a nice run so far.
Yeah, exactly. It works perfect. He's like, it just shifts all the way over this way. He's like, first we can make it 3-way over here, and then shift all the chips over
but
here.
like he's really just like getting greedy over there.
Friendly, that was probably like 9-10 suited versus me there. It's like big hand, 9-10 suited. For sure. I mean, it's at least if you get called, you have a chance. A lot of pretty flops for that hand.
Fold.
And a lot of dead flops too when it comes 3-3-5 with none of your suit. You're just toasted.
Action on Clinton Taylor with the ace-8 offsuit.
There's 125.
You haven't lost a pot.
You're all about table captain.
Cool.
Hinrichsen defends the button.
Fold.
No.
Success.
Come on.
Success.
You're out of there.
Heads up here. Already almost 1 million chips in this
Good
pot.
ways, guys.
And there's a 9. It's like Hinrichsen's gonna like this flop, and then
Yeah, I'd say.
Outroll the 2 clubs as well. Just smashes it. I think Hinrichsen's definitely. He checks back. Tricky.
Sets the trap here.
I'm gonna stop using the word definitely.
Yeah.
I think you're 1 for 50 on definitely.
Yeah.
So it checks and you can go check call here on the turn. Or, yep, check call here. And Taylor still beats some bluff.
Check.
He beat the King Jack, the Queen Jack.
Seems like a pretty clear value bet for Hinrichsen here. Something around the 400, 500,000 mark. Welcome back, Jolt the Gun.
You nailed that size, Jason.
Here it goes. And Hinrichsen, our first player over 8 figures. 10.1 million.
Just working for him. Little pots here, little pots there. He had that big suck out with Ace Jack suited versus Queens. Hey, don't apologize for a suck out. He's used it well, playing extremely awesome. Don't forget the overbet when he just had the 2 6s. Got Matthew Wakeman to pull a better hand. And the towers of Hinrichsen just keep growing.
Hi.
You coming for both of us now?
Oh, look how happy you guys
They're already coming for us. We're already putting chips in.
I thought I was big one.
He's just calling Doug, but that's how much he wants to come to these.
Hi. I'd be happy if we end up 3-1. It's all right.
Me too.
It's all good.
Then we can battle.
Yeah.
Hopefully have a little more chips in, just a little. We need like 3 or so.
Well,
I'll take just a small bit. I'll take 1 still.
And hey, you cross the 10 million mark and then pick up the kings. Life is good.
Welcome, Ludomus. Hinrichsen going to be raising here.
raise. 150.
Round blinds. Just going to be a small raise and take it. Okay, anything, what are the biggest surprises you guys have think so far? Ricky, let's start with you. Other than that massive 4-deuce bluff, Colin, what's your general feel so far about what's really surprised you at this final table?
I think Lee's play has been a little out of character from what we've seen in the last couple of days. He's been choosing some speculative hands to defend and raising in spots that might not be super profitable. I just hope it doesn't get him into too much trouble going forward.
Well, it has gotten him in trouble. He had the big sucker with ace king versus kings, and unfortunately he has made some wide opens, some wide defends that have cost him a lot of chips. So if he continues down that route, I would say he's flirting with danger for sure.
Not a fan.
I think the storyline
No,
has
not
to
at
be
all.
Vecchio
Because
on the
actually I used to
downfall here,
stake
though.
like his friend, the other
Very
JM
fairly
prodigy,
downward
he almost
trend
certainly like
here
scummed
for him.
Yeah,
Hasn't really been able
almost
to
like
get anything
certainly
going.
scummed me for sure. Yeah, I would bet a ton of money that like he scummed me, like it's not
Bryn,
ideal.
Kenney, who
And
has
this guy
doubled
just
up.
decided that he was going to talk shit to me for no
Still
reason.
on the shorter stack. I mean, we got to mention Mr. Wakeman. Been playing extremely good poker.
Cool. Raise.
Bryn with the limp, Taylor with the raise. Bryn gonna fold.
I mean, Jordan gets very defensive of his friends. That's like,
We are only about
I've been very good friends
4
with him for a long
minutes
time. I used to play heads up singles with him before I started playing tournaments. So,
until the 30-80 level.
he's actually a good dude. Really good dude. Like Jordan is anyway. But,
Vecchio in the big blind.
Yeah, I don't know.
Getting dangerously short.
That's the thing. Sometimes people just
It's got about 900,000 left.
When like, hey, look, anytime that anyone thinks I fucked anyone, let's bring in arbitration, guys.
Yeah, we talked about this the other day. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Except like I'm the one that gets fucked always and gets talked shit about. Of course.
Hinrichsen first attack.
If you're like the one doing well, it's just what happens.
Yeah.
A7 suited going to be good enough to open.
Raise. It's 130. Full. Full. Full.
And no takers. Over to Vecchio with the ace-5 offsuit. Does he want to defend here off of his short stack?
We kept breaking it. Yeah, that's why I'm starting the stretch. I need it.
Looks like he is going to call here. And off to the flop we go.
I'm waiting for Kmart to say it's dangerous to defend these weak offsuit aces.
Dude, you stole the words right out of my mouth. It's not dangerous. It's just uncomfortable. You know, you just never flop super massive.
Hinrichsen flops very well here, though. 96% to win. If they see 5 cards. Hinrichsen could check back here. He might not want to bet and then face a shove. Look at that mountain of chips, though. That is a ton.
About to get a little bit bigger as he scoops another pot.
And that's probably like 500 chips in volume, right? Like that is so many chips.
Sounds good.
Like the base of that alone is like 300 individual chips or something insane.
Looks pretty baller the way he's stacking them.
You wouldn't bet the A7 there, Jason?
I would have considered it. I mean, you bet and call it off, obviously, if you're going to bet. Seems okay. What do you think? Crazy? Bet always?
I think it's a pretty clear bet and then call if your opponent puts the money in. And too strong and definitely needs a little bit of protection.
Sure. Agreed. This is going to be our last hand, I suspect, of the level. Gyeong getting very short stacked also.
Yeah, this blind increase is going to put a lot of pressure on these shorter stacks.
Think about this. Taylor, Wakeman, and Hinrichsen combined have 22 million. There's 25 million in play. So the other 3 players have the 3 million that's left out there. And Vecchio with the 7 deuce. Everybody loves the 7 deuce.
This is not going to work. I expect Hinrichsen just to take this offsuit ace and use it as an all-in.
Options check.
Wow. Shocked, actually.
Talk to us, Ricky.
I'm very surprised by the check back as well.
And Vecchio with the flush draw. I mean, when your opponent has 13 big blinds, like, why not just shove? We probably have an advantage.
Check.
Not really, like, trapping here.
Yeah, any ace here is going to be a profitable shove. And with a hand like A6 offsuit, it's not going to play particularly that well post-flop. You're just going to be picking up a lot of chips if you just go all in. And most of the time, your opponent is just going to fold.
I think it's fair to say this is a minor misstep by Hinrichsen. Nothing super costly, but I mean, we have to call it like it is. It's just a small mistake is what it is.
I'm actually also surprised that he folded so quickly there on the turn. Didn't even really think about it. He might have just been ready to go on break and just was mentally checked out there a little bit. But okay, so we've reached the end of our first full level here tonight. 30 and 60,000 is behind us. Blinds now going up to 40 and 80,000. Let's take a look here at our chip counts. And Andrew Hinrichsen still has 8 figures. He's got so many chips. Matt Wakeman in second place with 6.3 million. Clinton Taylor with 4.7 million, and those three players combined have 20 million chips. The other three players have about 3.5 million combined. Blinds are going to be 40 and 80,000. Let's go down to Joel.
Welcome back to the Crown Entertainment Complex here in Melbourne, Australia. The action's hotting up with only 6 players left. Temperature outside is nudging 39 degrees Celsius, but fair to say it's even hotter here on our final table. 6 players remain, a new chip leader in place. Blinds at this level of level 28 are 40,000, 80,000 with a 10K ante. Let's shuffle up and deal.
Wow. 39 degrees Celsius.
Joel with the weather
It
update.
was a special kick, so if you win it, you might owe him a seat the next year.
Yeah.
But it's hotter on this final table.
The guy grabs
Ricky, you're the math guy. 39 degrees Celsius, what is that, like 280 degrees Fahrenheit, something like that?
Gosh, you just have to put me on the spot here with all these math questions.
Dude, I'm the Canadian guy. We talk in Celsius.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, 39 is hot.
So they don't even,
39 is like,
What's the highest it gets in Calgary? Like 2?
yeah,
It's
nowhere
like
near
they got a couple of Celsius there. Wow.
39 degrees Celsius. It's cooking.
Okay. So, looks like Bryn Kenney here with a pretty powerful hand. Matt Wakeman raised under the gun. Pocket Jack's going to be all in. And Wakeman's... Ooh, hold on a second. Young Lee's already moved all in. Snap shoves here. Pocket Jacks against Ace King. This is a huge pot. If Lee loses, he's going to be down to 5 big blinds. And Bryn's going to have a very reasonable middling stack. If Lee wins, Bryn Kenney is out and we're down to the final 5. Off to the flop we go. No improvement here for Lee. Off to the turn, and it's also a 5. Bryn Kenney still holding. 5 outs for Lee. And the pair is going to win this time. Ace high, no good. And the very dangerous Bryn Kenney doubles up.
He's got 1 there as well. In the.
Yep. Everybody else not going to be happy to see that.
Yeah, thanks. 5.
1.145.
Bryn Kenney, 2.5 million or so. 30 big blinds.
He is going to have vapors left.
Yeah.
8, 9, 1.
Doing some quick counting.
Bryn Kenney started the day with under 1 million chips. We're looking forward to seeing him double up, potentially get a little deeper so we can see him play post flop. Looks like we'll get the chance now.
You've had bad luck with that, yeah? There's so many times to happen.
That other one was sick that I even spotted it.
That you spotted it? I would never have seen it. No. Nothing.
Bad luck, Lee. Bad luck.
All right, so that's the remainder of what Lee has left here. It's 1 100K, 1 5K, and a handful of those chocolates.
Bring it over this side, yeah? Very good.
That's not been good for him messing with this side.
All right, first hand back. No break required.
Well, I'm gonna need a jack.
Can I get your.
So action now is going to be on Bryn Kenney to get us started. He is peaking on this final table today. Mike Vecchio, the short stack. Second shortest stack, I should say. 2 players now with under 1 million.
80,000 to call.
2.5 million for Bryn Kenney. Watch out. Still not heaps. 33 big blinds.
All in.
And I expect this to be pretty strong with
Yeah.
Lee only having a couple of chips, but
Ooh, actually not that strong here.
okay, he's all in with the king 10.
I think A7 should find the call here. Not sure if Lee had studied these spots too well. But with 4 big blinds, wow, he lets it go. You know what? A reason for him to fold here is that he hopes that Wakeman calls that the Vecchio busts. But
yeah, that's a small reason. But when you break it down, you run the spot. 4 bigs, suited ace. We have to get it in. And Mike Del Vecchio takes some much-needed chips. Yeah, king 10 off there. A bit of a wide shove. I thought he would go with king queen, maybe king jack. But Mike decided to throw king 10 in his open shoving range as well. Worked out for him in that case.
Yeah, he should have that 2.5. Yeah, 2.5. Just under. Actually,
And there's your short stack. Lee on the button.
80 to call.
remember, every spot antes.
Call.
So it's not big blind ante.
Call. 80.
Hinrichsen now. Jack 10.
Raise.
Oh, now
He
Lee
goes for it.
Yep, he's in there. Ooh, nice hand. Ace king.
Very good situation. It's going to be the dead blinds and antes.
2 aces get folded here, though. So Hinrichsen opened. Lee jammed. Bryn considering coming along here, but does let it go. Hinrichsen has to call.
All in call.
And Gyeong Lee, our Korean player,
Cards in favor.
if he wins this, he'll have 10 big blinds.
Look at that with the dead cards. A couple aces out of the way. Hinrichsen's actually almost flipping here. This is like short deck almost.
Exactly like short deck. Hinrichsen not in bad shape here. Lee's got to hold to stay alive. Oh, there's the 10. Hinrichsen now a 4-1 favorite. Lee's got to find last remaining ace or one of the kings.
There we
Oh, Jack as well. 7 outs here for Lee. Off to the river we go. And that's not going to do it. We're going to lose Byeong Lee in 6th place. He's going to take home 309,000 Australian dollars.
What an impressive result here. Very, very good run. He did get unlucky with 2 ace kings. I think he can look back at the final table and find a couple spots that maybe he can tweak, adjust. There's a few things, but overall a very impressive run that he should be very proud of.
Yes, for sure. I think he's got to be happy with this result. His biggest cashes prior to this were about 40,000 total, and now he adds 309,000 to that. So a very impressive run. Our first Korean ever to make the final table of the Aussie Millions main event.
We're down to 5. Bryn Kenney came in as the short stack, already a couple ladders. We built the stack. Got to be pretty happy with how this has gone.
The one on your big one.
And everybody else now guaranteed 380,000 Australian dollars. Del Vecchio happy about that.
Thank you.
But now for Del Vecchio, he got 5th last year. He needs to not go out 5th this year. And everybody's got to be a little afraid of Bryn Kenney.
Good spot for Wakeman to raise the button wide into the 2 shorter stacks, but 9-4 offsuit. He's taking it to the extreme here,
Raise
trying
to
to
1-8.
bully and steal these chips.
Fold. Thank you. Call.
If Bryn Kenney's just going to fold ace-8 from the small blind, though, makes the raise a little better.
Yep.
Check with that.
Oh, I was wondering if this was going to come into play today. Day 4, Corey Taylor did a lot of leading on flops in unconventional moments, and he comes in with it here.
Normally when we defend the big blind, we check our entire range very often, especially on the ace-high board, which is super good for Wakeman's range. It works in this situation, and that's something to pay attention to going forward.
I face a lot of this when I play, and I always think, what are these guys doing with? I guess it's a 10 high.
You would put the pressure on there probably. Taylor takes the chips.
Did you have ice?
Yep, bad stacking position.
The card just was high.
Ready to call? Call.
Matt Wakeman first to act here, or I should say with the 7-6 suited. We'll cut off.
Raise to 160. Fold.
And
Fold.
Bryn and Taylor out of the way.
160.
Interesting spot with the offsuit ace.
All in.
And Mike Vecchio does shove. I love this. If your opponent is getting out of line and raising too much, especially from late position, those weak aces are going to win a lot of chips when you shove. It's scary. Sometimes you get snapped. They have kings. It feels bad, but really good reshove there.
So you don't like calling with the weak offsuit aces, but you're a much bigger fan of going all in with them.
Depends on the situation, young Ricky. But in that similar spot, that's actually where Alex Foxton bubbled the 100K yesterday with the ace deuce from the big blind.
But if your opponent is opening hands like 9-4 off and 7 high, makes a lot of chips.
Fold. 80. Fold. Fold. 80.
Great to have you guys all with us here. We are playing down to a winner tonight, 1.85 million being awarded to the champion.
Option.
Each player guaranteed 380,000. Limp from Del Vecchio and Andrew Hinrichsen with my favorite hand, 5-3 suited.
Heads up.
Why did 5-3 suited become your favorite hand?
It was the first hand I ever won a 50K pot with. So that was just like a barrier in my mind I always wanted. I cracked pocket queens, 10-5-3 board, scooped it. Back in the good old days.
Didn't you win a charity tournament with 5-3 suited too one time?
It is possible. I might have won the Chad Brown tournament with 5-3 suited. Good memories all around. So both players with a 3. Del Vecchio's 3 reigns supreme.
Thank you. Chuckle back. Check. Chuckle back.
Both players trying to get their baby pair to showdown value here.
Check. Chuckle back.
Unlikely either player's going to turn their hand into a bluff.
Yep, but Del Vecchio has chipped up a little bit here. Almost has 20 big blinds.
Yeah, that shove was really nice. And then this pot blind and blind. So much needed healing to his stack. And Hinrichsen crippled after that hand. Just kidding. Look at that stack.
That is a mountain, peeps. Yeah.
It looks so deflated now.
Gotten a little quieter here as we've reached this 40-80 level.
I mean, now that we've lost Lee.
Yeah.
80 to call. Fold.
Bryn gets out of the way.
80.
Clinton Taylor, our qualifier, out of the way here. And now Mikey D with that ace-10 offsuit. Sides to min raise here.
160. Fold. 160.
Not much for either player. Wakeman could definitely call here for a min raise, getting over 4-1. And Wakeman is going to call here.
Call. Heads up. Check or bet.
Nice flop for Vecchio.
Check or bet.
He's definitely going to bet this flop. It's a spot where we would have a lot of bluffs on the button. Going to probably bet every hand we have here. So we include ace 10 as part of that strategy. Did we see the size he went to there?
Probably 240 looked like.
Really? It's kind of large going to over half pot in that situation.
Takes it down. Mike Vecchio, originally from Long Island, New York. World Poker Tour champion. 5th place finisher last year.
Crusher, and as Chad has been pointing out, he's got a lot of Mark Zuckerberg in him. A little bit of a look-alike.
Not as good of an achievement as all the other things, I would say.
Ready to call?
He did say he wanted to start working out so that people would stop comparing him to Zuckerberg.
Did he actually say that?
Yeah.
He got a lot of it last year, too. Clinton Taylor with pocket eights. First act. Corgi says, was it Vecchio that said he played with Jay Carver in high school? Yes, that's true. I played 25 cent, 50 cent
160.
at his parents' house when we were in high school. Didn't stay in touch when we went off to college, but met back up years later in poker.
So Taylor's been wanting to battle with Kenney ever since the start of the day. Now that Kenney's picked up a few more chips, he's about to get his wish.
Heads up.
Off to the flop we go.
Check.
Top pair for Bryn.
Check. Check or bet.
Quick check. Bryn checks again.
100.
Bryn's got a pretty easy call here.
Call.
Flicks in the 100K.
Check or bet.
Improves to 2 pair.
Check or bet.
It's gonna go check here. And king jack.
2 pairs.
Gonna take it down, and Bryn Kenney chipping up a little bit here. Nearing 3 million.
No blues off me, man. It's good. Nice. You were trying to get
Perfect.
me
You lost
Russia. Hey?
Lost very small.
I know.
As small as you could.
You tried
You
to
didn't
get
bet
me
the
in
flop. Well, no. By the time that you bet the turn, I
Oh,
might
it's
not
only
have
80,
the best
isn't it?
hand.
I think it's wrong.
Queen's ugly. Queen and ace are the only ones you're not sure if you got the best hand in there.
Not sure. No, when the king hit, that was
Yeah,
it. So,
of course.
80 to call.
Sherman one says no value bet by Bryn Kenney there on the river. I think it's just because his opponent had bet the turn. He was hoping he would bet the river. Kind of hard, kind of weird to check call turn and then bet out on the end.
Wakeman opened the 9-4 offsuit in this situation last starbit, so Jack 7. This is quite the improvement from 9-4.
Looks like the nuts compares to 9-4 off.
And Taylor going to defend with the Jack 6.
Ooh, a little bit for both of them here.
Will Taylor use one of his patented leads here on the 6-5-4 board?
Yep.
Wouldn't be a bad one to do it with.
210.
Nice read, Ricky. Indeed. Bet comes.
Last time he led out from the big blind on an ace headboard, which didn't make a lot of sense, but on a board like this, which you can connect with a lot of hands, I like the lead here much better. Wakeman's not going anywhere. 2 overs, open ender, jack of hearts.
Call. Check a bet.
No improvement for Wakeman here on the turn.
210.
He bets the same amount. Oh, that's a cool tattoo there. Pocket aces. That's how you know maybe he's not an amateur player if he's that committed.
Small lead here again from Taylor. Let's see if Wakeman decides to attack it. It's just jack high.
He's getting the right price to call, given his outs here. But it doesn't look like he's calling. That looks like a hefty raise that he's built here.
Raise.
He is going to go after this small lead here,
780.
choosing to raise on the turn.
Cool.
Wow, Taylor snap calls this here. Doesn't even really think about it. We can see he's a 3-1 favorite here going to the river, and that's a heart.
Check.
Wow, I wonder if Wakeman's going to bluff it.
Wakeman hasn't gotten 2 out of line at any point during our final table so far. Is this a spot that he's going to go for against Taylor?
There's about 10% of the chips in play in the middle right now. Wakeman must bluff to win this pot.
Having the 7 in your hand is so bad in this spot. You want your opponent to have those hands that they're going to continue to turn with and potentially fold the river. However, he does only have jack high and cannot win this pot unless he goes for it.
He gives up.
Check.
Jack 6 gonna do it.
Taylor scoops a very nice pot there.
Moves in front of Wakeman there with almost 6 million chips.
Kind of like Wakeman's give up there. Ricky mentioned you have this 7, which you do not want to have when you're bluffing that situation. And when Taylor snap called turn, he is going to have a lot of flushes that get there on the river. So just because he knows he doesn't win isn't a good reason for bluffing. A lot of players always say, oh, I have to bluff. I can't check. I'm going to lose. Yeah, that's part of the solution, but not really the best reason to bluff every time. I love that give up.
Sorry, mate.
I didn't realize you checked. I thought you were about to just like
No,
expose
no,
your
you
hand.
checked.
I give up. So I was like, whoa,
Welcome back. Let's get weird. Appreciate you hanging out.
He's like, you sure you want to check? Come on.
80. 12.
I'd love to see Taylor play some heads-up poker. He's unpredictable. He can do anything.
The last shove on the river, it's got him shook to try it on you again. Gets you all the cred. All the gangster
Bryn
cred.
Kenney here.
Right.
On the side.
That's the scariest type of cred.
175 to call.
Bryn Kenney would know a little bit about that.
Okay, Kings here for Vecchio. About 20 big blinds.
I was actually worried about how I win the pot because.
Do you know if you bet on the river? I was gonna re-raise.
I was a little bit worried that like no matter what I did, like you might just play back at it. Like you can have flush.
Vecchio.
Right.
One out raise.
What's that, 475?
You'd think this would be the end of the hand here, but
475.
maybe Bryn finds another response here. Nope, lets it go. And Mikey D continues to try to recover a little bit. Chipping up. Still just 3 chip colors in play. Those 100,000 blue chips are the ones everyone's trying to get. Glad you're enjoying the show. I am not Yo Bra.
80 to call.
Just getting started here. We are playing down to a winner tonight. Folds to the button here. Taylor doesn't want to play the suited hand. Gonna walk for our chip leader. Takes a peek at the Jack 6. Hi, TC Pricks. Nice to see you as well. All right, so started with 7 tonight. Hamish Crawshaw, our 7th place finisher for $242,000. Gyeong Lee, 6th place for $309,000. Everybody guaranteed $380,000 with a $103,000 pay jump coming up here between 5th and 4th place.
It's not fair when the chip leader continues to get good hands.
This is a pretty good one.
Call. Option.
Beautiful limp here as well.
Check. Heads up.
Just a limp, though. Limp and a check.
I'm not a huge fan of this limp. You're the chip leader, you're going to be opening a lot of hands to try to apply pressure to your opponent. You kind of need to do it with your good hands, too.
Well, if you're going to limp pre-flop, I definitely like checking on the flop. Wakeman turns a double gut shot here. 5 or 9. Make him a very deceptive straight. 5 not quite as deceptive.
To call.
I think Wakeman will just call here. Six of clubs, scary card for Hinrichsen.
Check. Check a bet.
Does Wakeman beat enough here to just check and see if he wins? Looks like he's going to just check. And he's going to say, what do you have?
Oh, no, top set.
Can't beat it. Top set? Cannot beat that.
Yeah, I like the raise pre-flop too, Ricky. If we're against the short stack and the big blind, limping aces can be very, very good. But you're kind of expected to raise so many hands there as the chip leader that including aces is probably a really good idea. Wins the small one.
Very lucky. Very lucky.
What up, Mirko's bird friend? Longtime run-it-up warrior.
Final 5 situation here. We went out in 6th place when he lost back-to-back hands with ace-king. Mike Del Vecchio has recovered a little bit. He was chip leading to start the final table. He's down to $1 million, but he's back up to 1.8, and he finds the kings again.
Ace-5 suited here for Hinrichsen. Definitely a hand he could play.
Now, I know Kmart loves the suited wheel cards.
Yeah, in this situation, though, you don't really want to 3-bet the short stack. I think calling on the button there, Jason.
Yeah, I lean calling as well, for the same reasons as you're saying.
Just because if Mike was deep, it would work really well in the 3-bet, but Hinrichsen agrees with us. He goes for the flat.
Bryn's going to get out of the way.
Fold. Heads up. Thank you.
Kevin Gerhardt points out this entire final table has been so pleasant with the pace of play. Very enjoyable to watch. I agree. Action on Del Vecchio here, first to act.
I wouldn't mind a check here from Del Vecchio.
Check.
How about that? There it is.
Check.
Nice check by Hinrichsen too.
I wouldn't mind a bet here from Del Vecchio.
Does bet out now.
320.
Large bet here. 320 into $500,000.
I think it's, what do you think in this spot, Kev? Ace 5 here.
Super annoying for Hinrichsen because we checked the flop. I like the fold though. We improve on so few rivers. Good discipline fold. I love that he just called pre-flop and didn't use the suited ace as a 3-bet there.
Yep.
Checks back. Folds. He lost the stone minimum. Credit to him.
Yeah. Played it well. So we're about halfway through this 40 and 80,000 level. Not a huge jump ahead to 50 and 100,000.
And there's the man. Mentioned a few times. That mustache, just a thing of beauty.
80 to call.
Pretty cool look. He's got the shades, the duster.
80.
Zoom out, he's got the heap of chips.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tough to slow him down.
80.
Taking out of the way. Bryn never going to give up the small blind here at the paint card.
Check. Thank you. Heads up.
Taylor just checks for 6-5 suited.
Check. Check or bet.
Bryn with a hammer lock on this hand. Turns the flush draw as well. Browncoat says, I hope Mikey D knows the Vegas nightclub crew is watching and rooting for him. I'm sure he does. And Taylor hasn't just instantly folded here, but there it goes. And Bryn Kenney chips up a little bit. Both Bryn and Mike Del Vecchio have recovered from their shortest stack positions.
And a hand like a foot. It's terrible.
What? I like 2.5. 2, 3, 2, 4.
Hinrichsen first to speak here with the AC Deucing. It's out of the way.
80.
50 big blinds for Mr. Wakeman. He's had a pretty smooth sailing here at the final table. Nothing super crazy. It was an interesting hand when he had the Jack 7 versus Clint Taylor's Jack 6.
175. Folds. 175 to call.
Mike D's been waking up with some hands. He had kings and kings. Now ace queen in the big blind.
This will be the second time in a row that he's 3-bet Bryn Kenney's button open from the big blind.
He should pick the same size he just did the last time. Just right about a $500,000. Oh, but no, this time he shoves actually. Interesting.
All in works too.
26 big blind shove It's interesting that we 3-bet the queens when we were, we 3-bet the kings when we were 20 big blinds deep, and then we just shoved the ace queen
30 blinds deep. Yeah.
Very interesting. Chips are chips, though.
Like Vecchio on Twitter, 3 King Me 3. I learned how to play poker online in the ancient days. From New York originally, World Poker Tour champion. Got 5th last year.
Wait, what was his favorite karaoke song it said there?
House of Pain. Jump around.
Can you give us a little line there?
Jump, 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 jump around.
Well done, Jason.
Wait. I'm not familiar. One more time?
All I can think of in that song is what's the name of that movie with the golfing, the Adam Sandler movie?
Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore, yes. That's the only thing I can think of when I think of jump around.
Oh, top pair.
Did you guys like my singing, by the way? It was pretty amazing, I thought. I really nailed the cadence.
This is very interesting. Blind on blind battle here. Both these hands are very strong.
Thanks to chat. 11 out of 10 singing skills. Thanks to New Druid. Wow, look at the outs. Look at the outs on the top here. We're gonna have to go to 4K Super HD to fit all the outs here.
200.
Battle of the aces here, but a lot of chops for Mike. Hinrichsen does call here. And the jack is going to be one of those chop outs, but potentially a card could get bluffed. Doesn't seem like it, though. Check and check. And we're going to chop it up. They're going to chop up the antes. Small win for both players. Button's going to move over to Del Vecchio. Doing a little bit of quick accounting. The next 10 will be underway shortly. If you've enjoyed this year's Aussie Millions, there are qualifiers all year round at Crown Melbourne.
They said 500 satellites?
Yeah, something.
500 people qualified this year?
Qualifiers, something like that, yeah.
Out of 822 entrants.
There's only 322 direct binds. The rest are all qualifiers. I don't know for sure if that's true, but that sounds about right.
That's incredible. Over 50% of the field made it into this tournament via satellite. I haven't, like, that percentage just seems...
It's amazing.
Mind-blowing.
What up? I wash my apples. Hello.
Fold. 80.
What's up, Ed K? Good morning. Mike Del Vecchio with a pair.
Raise
And raising the button.
We saw Hinrichsen not 3-bet Mike earlier with the suited ace. The situation's a little bit different, though. Mike's a little bit deeper now.
What do you think, Ricky? Ace-6 suited here. How would you approach this?
Yeah, Hinrichsen is also out of position in this spot compared to being in position before with his ace-5 suited.
Yeah, this seems like a really good 3-bet situation.
Here it comes.
Yep.
It's like 500,000.
Raise 600.
Wakeman out of the way. Actually, it looks like it's even bigger. 600,000. Now, Del Vecchio, does he want to shove this here?
All
Or just...
in.
Mikey D, go on.
Wow. Well done, Mike Del Vecchio.
When
Well
your
done.
opponent is 3-betting you too much, the small pairs are the perfect hands to 4-bet shove. Mike recognizes that, takes down the chips. Great 4-bet shove there with the threes.
I'm a fan. Knew what to do, didn't think too long about it. Knew it was a profitable shove in that spot versus the aggressive chip leader. Well done, Mike Del Vecchio.
Nice hand.
Great stuff.
The Daring Pastry says, I'll say this, watching poker on Twitch versus watching on TV is so much better. You're getting commercials every so often, no skipping of hands, plus there's no breaks. And also, you can talk to the commentators when you're watching on TV.
Who watches commercials anymore?
I watch commercials because of all the sports on TV. That I still end up watching, unfortunately. But yes, besides that, Peachy Plays Poker, lots more to come from us on this channel here ahead. I'm busy working on a bunch of projects. A lot of those, you'll see some this year. Kuna Frittata, glad you're enjoying it too. So blind versus blind here, Wakeman versus Bryn. Haven't seen this happen too often because Lee was raising so many times on the button. Strong hand here from Bryn Kenney. No one really all that short stacked anymore.
We saw in a similar spot earlier, Del Vecchio got a little out of line with these suited hands. Wakeman will pass on this spot and just hand Kenney the chips.
Storyline, Mike Del Vecchio started as the chip leader, got smashed. Nothing was going his way, frustrated, down to 1 million chips. He's recovered though. He's made some nice moves. He's picked up a lot of hands. He had kings twice, ace queen, that obviously helps. But that 4-bet shove with threes is really such a great play, especially at the final table, to make that move and take a stand.
To call. Folds. 80. Folds.
Action folds around here to Matt Wakeman. One of our 3 remaining Australian players. 2 Americans versus 3 Australians. And USA versus Australia here, blind versus blind.
Check back. $85.
Bryn just leads out here with the bet. And Taylor gets out of the way. Another small win for Bryn Kenney.
Thank you.
The notorious BIG says, Jay Carver, do you think pros like Bryn Kenney view tourneys like these like a job or more like fun? Well, a guy like Bryn Kenney is successful enough that if he wasn't enjoying this, he wouldn't be here. But as we've heard from almost every single interview that we've done during these last 3 days, everyone loves coming to play the Aussie Millions. Team at Crown Melbourne doing an amazing job putting on this event. It's why it's one of the few events to have grown year over year over year. Despite being a $10,000 buy-in, many pros won't skip this event. Great weather, awesome service,
170.
high stakes poker, what's not to love?
And it's not just the pros. People fly in from all over the world to play the Aussie Millions.
170.
I definitely think he would say he enjoys this, even if it might be his job, so to speak. So Hinrichsen with the raise here. Taylor thinking about it with the ace-4.
Folds. 170.
Vecchio gonna come along.
Call. Wash those bets in for me, please. Thank you. Heads up.
Off to the flop we go.
Check bet. Check.
Top pair for Hinrichsen. Gut shot for Vecchio. Ooh, Hinrichsen checks back. Vecchio still with that gut shot.
Check. Check or bet? Check. Check or bet?
Vecchio can't win unless he bets here.
Check. Check. Last
And
aggressive.
he does give up. And Queen 10 going to take it down. Hinrichsen chipping back up near that 10 million chip mark. 601 Gambler wants to know, who do I like in the Super Bowl tomorrow?
Ante, please.
And, you know, I have a very successful poker player friend who has this theory, and it's called Don't Bet Against the Patriots. And it's made him a lot of money again in his life. I don't have that theory. And so I have taken a little bit on the Rams. I gotta say, I kind of like the Rams to potentially win tomorrow. I don't love it. It's not a farm alarm, okay? Not quite. But I'll be rooting for the Rams tomorrow.
80. Fold.
It's gonna be a great game. Looking forward to it. We're gonna finish this broadcast, sleep for a few hours, and then wake up for the Super Bowl.
Call. Option.
If this final table ends early enough.
Yeah. You never know. The longest Aussie Millions main event final table that I casted lasted about 15, maybe 14 and a half hours. We started at around 9 p.m. Eastern time when I casted from Toronto, and we ended at around 11 a.m. Something like that.
When this is done, we'll go get dinner and then watch the Super Bowl.
Sounds amazing.
Bryn Kenney has done a very nice job chipping up so far. Started the day with under 1 million chips, and now it's putting himself right in contention.
Radiohead's 19 asking about a non-open 8-6 suited. Folded from the cutoff there. I missed it. Did you see that, Ricky?
80 to call.
Did not.
Yeah, what player folded that hand, Radiohead's?
80.
Action on Mikey D.
Option.
And looks like it's folded down to Hinrichsen with a flat 10 million. And he's going to just call here.
Heads up.
And we're off to the flop.
We saw him limp earlier with aces. Looks like he's just doing it with a lot of hands, despite having the massive chip lead at this final table.
Exomni wants to know what my thoughts are on the quality of dealers at Crown in comparison to other casinos. I would say the dealers at Crown are world class.
Check or bet.
Excellent staff there. Hinrichsen still with the best hand here with a pair of sevens.
$125.
And Wakeman has bet. Hinrichsen limp pre-flop, check the turn. Can't fold here.
Call.
I'm a little surprised to see Wakeman just the turn bluff here with just jack high and no immediate draw.
And that looks like a brick, but
Right behind, right in front of the pole.
On the right hand side of the palm. So you see the palm? The right hand
Hinrichsen
side.
makes two pair here on the end. Action on Wakeman.
She has glasses on?
No, sitting down. Oh, she's got glasses on sitting down, yeah.
Yeah, she has glasses on sitting down.
Yeah.
Next to the guy who's standing up.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Will he go for it here on the river?
What I see.
You started to tell the story on the turn
Of course she's here.
that you potentially have a good hand.
How could you not?
And this 3 does complete some of the draws that you might bluff the turn with.
You can play like what those like.
With no showdown value, it looks like Wakeman will go for the river bluff. Unfortunately, though, his opponent has 2 pair in this spot. He gets snapped off here.
We'll be playing more now.
400,000. It's called here on the end.
A more recreational sort of thing, you know.
And Hinrichsen drags a nice little pot there. Almost at 11 million.
Plus, it's such like a great thing. You can
nearing, if not his actual peak in the tournament.
Pretty sizable hit there for Wakeman, losing 20% of his stack and now falling a little closer to his other fellow competitors who are on that medium stack.
You know, sometimes just for vacation, if you really like food, you have to go to Tokyo.
Tokyo?
Have to.
Is it really good?
The food, just the atmosphere, everything too. It's so clean on the streets. Like everyone's friendly. The subway system's amazing. The food is the best in the world.
That's good.
Bryn talking about Tokyo. I've never been to Tokyo. You guys?
Might be visiting later this year.
I have on the list for sure. People love that place. That's right, peaking in the tournament. I've never watched a poker tourney in person. Can the audience hear the mic'd players as well? Nope, it's just for the broadcast. Poker has never really figured out how to do live viewing. The best I can think of is the World Series main event, which has like a theater that they play the table in, but even there, the players can't be heard in the arena. Poker is a tough activity to watch when you can't see the whole cards, can't really see the action super clearly. Nobody's really figured out how to make poker fun to watch like a sport. You might remember a few years back. Ooh, Bryn Kenney here with Queens. I'm gonna say you might remember the Cube from a few years back, which allowed an audience to watch with no delay to see the whole cards. Right now, though, we have a raise and a re-raise, and Bryn Kenney with pocket queens. Bryn's counting on his stack here, but is surely going to find the all-in button. Bryn just taking his time, but
all in.
There it is. And Taylor gets out of the way. Hinrichsen gets out of the way. And with that pot, Bryn Kenney over 3 million. Chipping up.
Thank you.
Hinrichsen just snap folds. I like it. Some people like to tank there a little bit and go,
Could I just grab
you know,
another latte?
with their head up. No, you have a chip later. You're going to be 3-bet bluffing. People know that, so I love this snap fold.
Could I just get a large latte takeaway cup and a latte? Cheers.
Anybody else want anything? Got a large latte for Wakeman? Maybe some sushi? The food options at Crown are amazing, so 37 minutes left here in this level.
80 to call. Fold. 80.
Back Hunt wants to know, what was the triangle that Bryn just threw? There's a little all-in triangle. I think it's given out by the dealer. The player moves all in.
Folds. Folds.
This is the first time at the final table that there's no real immediate short stack. We still have Harrison with the massive chip lead, but his fellow competitors are all fairly deep stacked now and have a lot of play post-flop.
Hinrichsen's playing great. The light 3-bet there didn't work out, but I thought that was a really good spot to expand the 3-betting range. King 9 off open, a little bit light, but good spot to do it as well. Playing really good poker.
3.1.
80 to call.
Mike, you have like
Another nice hand here.
Yeah, like 2.9 or 3.
Hinrichsen
Raise to
winning
180.
the raise.
Fold. 180. Fold. 180.
Dallas 764 says, just tuning in for the weekend. Of course, Bryn Kenney is on the final table.
180.
We saw him on all 3 days of our coverage. So Hinrichsen raises here under the gun. Vecchio in the big blind has too many chips to shove. Just going to call.
Check it back.
Got a shot for Vecchio. Top pair, top kicker for Hinrichsen.
$150.
Vecchio surely going to check call here.
Call. Check
You have interest to go to Vegas for the World
No
Series?
improvement.
Definitely, I'm going to find it. 100%.
Even like going for the main is a good time. Going for like a long time in Vegas, you won't really have a good time.
I'm going to go for the mine. That's it. Just
Yeah.
go straight for it. Yeah.
I'm an extra week or so play a few.
Action
That's
still on
fine. You
Hinrichsen.
don't want to go for more than like 2
I
weeks.
expect Hinrichsen to put out a rather large bet here now on the turn with hand as strong as ace king.
I'm going to go for the big roll.
Yeah, of course, for the main you should for sure.
Oh, 100% I'm going.
Yeah.
100%.
I was going to say the main's another one you want to
Oh,
go
yeah,
for
yeah,
sure.
don't worry about that. So I was talking to Jesse about it.
Yeah.
It was unreal just to hear your story about it.
Oh, for sure.
You're a good second. That's insane.
And also one thing, I have like a good guy for business tickets also. So like when you're gonna want to go,
Oh,
like,
message you up.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, man. That'd be really good. Really good. Definitely go.
That ends
They're
matters.
expensive like during Aussie Open time and stuff, but even still, it's like 4K round trip for business.
Hinrichsen
Way
chipping
better
up,
than,
getting near
like,
to
Russian
11 million.
online.
Oh, good. I'll message you up.
Yeah, for sure.
Good call on the large-sized Ricky. Makes sense.
What
with
month is
a
it
lot
again?
of hands there.
The main event's July, like the beginning of July.
I'll be definitely there.
Yeah, you should for sure.
Oh, yeah.
No super short stack.
Don't stay at the field though, where the tournament is.
No.
Definitely not.
Too many people.
Yeah, these guys have definitely all battled back in there.
Where do you reckon? Where do you reckon?
It was a very deep final table when we started.
I mean, like Win is nice too, but Aria you'll pay like a lot.
Half an hour left in this level before we'll go to 50,000 and 100,000.
Either like the Aria.
I'll
or
definitely
Wynn.
put some pressure
They have
on
real
it.
good
Only
restaurants, it's just nice inside.
250 blinds
classy.
in play.
There's a lot of good restaurants in Vegas. You'll like that.
Oh yeah.
A lot of good ones.
Rightly so nice to see Bryn getting along with Taylor. Yeah, for a person he just met in this tournament.
Playoff time.
Oh yeah.
You could like on your way to Vegas, you could stop off in like San Fran or LA and see an NBA playoff.
Who you talking
Like the Knicks, but the Knicks are horrible. So to be recently, I've just been rooting for
Hard to
LeBron.
be a Knicks
always.
fan
You have
these
to root
days.
against Golden State.
Yeah,
When Durant goes to Golden State, you've got to root against them. So the only team that has a chance every year is LeBron's team. So it's like, okay.
But the Lakers aren't going too good, so.
No. Well, they've got. Well, he's been injured too. So
That's
without
right.
him on the team, it's like a team that doesn't make the
Lots
playoffs.
of basketball talk right now. The Vecchio is bet. Hinrichsen has the best hand.
You put LeBron on the team, and all of a sudden everyone has to like double LeBron, and you get open shots. And then all of a sudden, now like their second best player goes to being their best player, and they're not hawking him even close to like LeBron. So like their second best, third best, fourth best, fifth best player gets so much worse without LeBron on the court.
I'm ready to do a basketball
From, like, a team
podcast
that
with
was
Bryn
crushing,
Kenney.
They beat Golden State in Golden State, and then after LeBron, it's like, oh no, this isn't a team to watch anymore.
I follow the Bulls back. They're bad too. They're bad.
Bulls are done.
Hinrichsen wins that pot. We're up at the 11 million mark. Yep, first time we've hit the 11 million mark.
They're going to be bad for a few years. For a few years, they're going to be terrible. Hopefully, they get something good next year.
Knicks just got
Gotta
the
love
only
King
good player
James.
they have on their team.
Ricky,
What's
what's your thoughts on LeBron?
One of the best of all time.
Future first round picks.
That's sick, dude.
A little disappointed that he didn't come to the Knicks a few years ago.
How about my Canadian franchise, the Toronto Raptors, look super strong this
Basketball's
year.
my favorite sport.
Yeah, look good. This year and last year both look good. One time NBA championship for Canada. Yeah, good luck. It's gonna be tough. Might get to the finals though.
175.
You might have a chance there.
Bryn
75.
Kenney raising it up here with the King Jack of blue.
Fold. Fold.
Okay, let's see if Wakeman defends the 7-6, but
Did not there.
really quickly folds versus Bryn. Wasn't even considering the defense.
You have any kids?
4.
Oh, 4 kids, sick.
Yeah, got one 120, 118, 115, 17.
Wow.
It's 18 and 20.
4
today,
kids.
so they're good.
Awesome.
Good kids.
That's crazy.
Big
So
line
Taylor
kids.
has 4 kids. Half as many kids as Kevin Martin will have one day.
All good kids, huh?
Oh, amazing.
Awesome.
Amazing.
80 to call.
The wife raised them
One
right?
day kids.
Yeah, it's good. Done.
Awesome.
Fold. 80 to call.
Yeah, there's 5 of us in my
You're gonna have to
family.
win the
I'm
Aussie
oldest of
Millions
5
main event.
small
Show
boys.
us support.
Oh, yeah.
How old are you?
All your little
32.
children in there.
So it's like 32, 29, 26, 24, and 21.
Well, they're blind on blind confrontation here.
My
You can
mom's
tell how
like
comfortable Bryn is, by the way. It's
5'1",
like,
a
yeah,
little
just a normal day.
She's the best, though. The sweetest person.
Very good.
I mean, that's why I always say that's why you
Call.
came out to be such a good person, because my mom, of
Option.
course.
No more basketball talk now. Taking up a strong hand here in the big line.
Last time Wakeman limped, Bryn hit ace queen. This time ace jack. It's nice to look down at these monsters.
Check.
It's going to be
Heads up.
raise, fold.
How about limp check?
Whoa,
Check bet.
trappy.
Bryn Kenney does these things sometimes.
It's going to work out for him pretty well here.
This is one of those boards that Wakeman can potentially blast off on. You don't expect Bryn Kenney to be checking many good ace X's
80,000.
from the big line. Well, if you told the story pre-flop that you didn't have a good hand,
Fold.
Does just call here. What will Wakeman do here on this turn?
I would love to see a very healthy bet here on the turn from Wakeman.
You expect Bryn to have some ace 3, ace 2, ace 4, but never ace jack.
You put so much pressure on a 6 or a deuce when you go a very large size here.
And this is a great turn bet. It's not going to work out for him.
280.
Nice big size as well.
This is actually a little smaller than I thought Wakeman would decide to go. Bryn has a very easy continue here. A lot of fun rivers for Wakeman to potentially continue bluffing on.
Could Bryn be considering raising? No, surely just calling.
Call.
And off we go. Wakeman with one of the worst hands you could ever have. Near the nut low.
This is a tough river for Wakeman to continue bluffing on, though. It can be very hard to apply a lot of pressure to an ace if Bryn Kenney has one of those that he continued to call the turn with.
Yeah, he could try to bluff a 6, but maybe king high.
But not, yeah, deuce is now trips as well, and you're never getting that to fold.
Wakeman hasn't given up yet, though. If Wakeman, well, more likely when Wakeman loses this pot, He's going to be maybe our short stack.
Oh, he's going for it.
Very small here, too.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get a 6 to fold. No chance this works for this sizing. The way Bryn played this pot, remember it went limp check. So Bryn's hand is super disguised.
Versus the small size on the river, Bryn can consider raising, but I think he is just going to call here.
Wakeman has been slipping here. We saw him with one of the biggest stacks for a while. Just pot by pot. He is becoming on the shorter side.
Bryn's becoming a contender here. Nearly 4 million in chips.
It looks like checking back there pre-flop with the ace-jack worked out very well for him in this situation.
He just raises. Because raise, you know, when small blind limps, raises is the most common option there. He just wins a small one, but worked out very nicely for him. Well done. Been a great final table so far for Bryn.
I don't think there was a single size on the river that Wakeman could have bet to get Bryn Kenney to fold ace-jack.
Yeah, as played, and there's no way.
Raise to 175.
Battle of the King Jacks. One suited, one offsuit.
Wakeman getting shorter stacked. Under 30 blinds now.
Call. Folds.
Wakeman does just flat call here. Taylor now with 7s in the big blind. And looks like he is pulling out a raise.
Very interesting.
350.
Small one as well.
Super small raise here. And this is probably just going to go call, and we're going to just play a bigger pot. Would have liked to see Taylor make it, you know, $1 million here, 800,000.
It's not a good hand to squeeze with.
Call. 350 to call.
Very interesting hand here. So we're playing a bigger pot than we expected. With this small re-raise pre-flop. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Both the King Jacks are excited about this one.
Check or bet.
Taylor checks.
Check or bet.
Hinrichsen happy to check. Push check calling for a 7. 7 on the turn would be quite the card. Check checks to Wakeman here. I actually would be surprised if he checked. He's going to want to bet a lot of hands here. There's already 1 million chips in the pot. And just bet 350,000, 300,000.
You don't need to bet very big here.
330.
Good call, gentlemen.
Call.
Either player going anywhere.
330 to call.
And now Hinrichsen, does he want to raise this or just content to call? Pot is already huge. He's not really worried about Taylor as played. I'm sure he's not really worried about Wakeman either. Doesn't really want to see a diamond come off.
What a spot for Hinrichsen. Chip leading. Both your opponents are putting a lot of chips in the middle, and you're sitting there with 3 of a kind.
And he is going for those raising chips. That's 900,000.
Raise.
And unfortunately, this is going to be the end of our fun of this hand. You presume Wakeman will be all in. Taylor folding. You never know. Maybe Wakeman flat somehow.
And then Taylor calls, and then we see a 7.
Nope. Taylor.
The adventure is over. Pretty good flop for 7s. But after all this action, multi-way. What an interesting hand.
Yeah, Taylor gets out of the way.
Call.
And they both have a jack. This is going to be a chop pot. I think we all want to see a 7 just for giggles.
You got any back? Sorry, mate. I was just checking if you had any back.
5, not going to do it. 7. Always coming 7.
This is always coming to 7.
And we chop it up.
Very cheap. Oof.
We do get some extra money out of there. Out of Taylor.
I'm so glad it
Taylor
came down to Jack. Let's put it that way.
Taylor says he had a big pair. You know, that classic big pair of 7s.
Is that something good, yeah? Is that something good?
Yeah, had a high pair. High pockets.
You guys had a lot
A
of
high pair.
Sorry?
Just think if we lived in a world where 7s was a high pair, like deuces were the medium pair, you know, just like a very optimistic way of looking at things. That is the Helmuthian thing to say, Lord Beerus. Shout out to the great mod team out there, gunslinging. Your Curry, Ed K, Tastes Like Turtles.
The heroes we don't deserve.
175.
Nice spot for Hinrichsen.
Goes to Vam. Want to shout him out too. Ed K.
Fold.
I was pretty happy not to say ace at a time. It's over here.
Fold.
Hinrichsen with over 11 million chips. He's going to add to that pile here at the pocket jacks.
He has almost half the chips in play.
Hi, Chris Hannell. How are
Get
you?
your ante, please. Thank
That would have
you.
been a magnificent.
Well
flop.
started. Don't forget it was a while ago now, but
I know,
Hinrichsen
Jack
got an
17.
ace-jack suited against 2
Would
queens
have been great.
and hit the ace on the flop.
You would have lost as well, though.
That hand doesn't go that way. Who knows? But
Did too.
he's used his luck to his advantage. Made some very good plays.
80 to call.
Poor Crawshaw. We barely got to know him here at this final table. And he took that vicious bad beat.
Wakeman going to raise here.
Raise to 160. Fold. 160.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
The dream.
There is no escape.
Taylor's going to make it 500,000 here. Something like that.
Raise 300.
Oh, wow. Not that big of a raise. Vecchio out of the way.
Fold. Thank you.
Hinrichsen out of the way.
300.
Can Wakeman just call here in any world? He just saw Taylor do this small re-raise and claim to have a high pair. Could Wakeman be worried about this and just call?
I don't see it. It's 34 big blinds, we have queens, or 5-handed. It would be sick. Ricky, are you 4-betting?
I am 4-betting.
Yep, it's just what you have to do.
We're just making it 800,000 or something like it, 700. Not sure how Wakeman can.
All in.
Oh, he
Call.
shoves.
Wow.
Call slams down the bullets. And Wakeman is a 4-1 underdog to stay alive in this tournament.
There was no escape.
Yeah, this is a cooler. Get those coolers out in chat. We are heading to a flop here. Aces versus queens. And there is no queen for Wakeman. He does have a backdoor flush draw. And now he has the gut shot. 3 tens and 2 queens left in the deck. 4 is not going to do it. We are going to lose Matt Wakeman in 5th place here. He's going to take home $380,000. And Clinton Taylor,
Pretty sure. He does.
7.2 million. Let's get the GGs out in chat.
I just want to say thanks a lot, man. It's been awesome playing.
It's been real fun playing.
That was a sweat.
It's really good.
A lot of respect for Matthew Wakeman.
You can see that sportsmanship there. It kind of just fell apart 5-handed. He was one of the big stacks, just didn't go his way, and a cooler to send him off. Matthew Wakeman, he's such a savage. I have such a massive amount of respect for his game.
And Clinton Taylor, who has 0 in tournament cashes, now has 7.2 million. Let's hear from Matt Wakeman, our 5th place finisher.
So I opened queens from the cutoff. Things hadn't been going well up to this point in time. I'd kind of been on a bit of a downward spiral up to this point in time, and Clint in the small blind made a very small 3-bet, which he'd actually done a couple of times previously, and it actually is pretty strong. But at the end of the day, he looked really comfortable as well, but at the end of the day, there's just no way that I can really get away from it. Off 25-ish bigs, I'm just not getting away from it, basically. So it was probably the lead up to that cost me more so than the actual bust out hand itself. No, I mean, obviously I'm not happy to come 5th after coming, and it doesn't even really matter that much where you come in. We all want to win, but the game's the game, and sometimes things don't go your way, sometimes you make mistakes. I'll have a look at it when I'm done and just see how it went, but at the end of the day, I can't change what just happened. I've got to be grateful for the run as it was. I've been coming to Aussie Millions for about 8 years now, I think, so I can pretty much come every year. I play most of the schedule every year. Love it here. I think I got 20th or 22nd a couple of years back. I think 2017 I got 22nd. Last year I actually exact bubbled the tournament last year, so it's a little bit better than that. Honestly, I think that this is the second best tournament in the world, if not the best tournament in the world. The way that it's structured, going to 6 max, playing 8 max through the early levels. The field here, it is, one of the top 3 tournaments in the world. The staff here are fantastic at Crown. It's a beautiful time of year, so what's not to love about being here? So, yeah, I'll absolutely be back next year.
Great attitude. One of the best players in the game, Matt Wakeman, taking home 380,000 Australian dollars. And Mike Del Vecchio has pocket kings. No time to reflect. Mike Del Vecchio, our short stack.
Raise 175.
The amount of big hands that we've seen so far at this final table has been astounding.
Hinrichsen getting out of the way with the 4 Dewey. Action on Bryn, who hasn't released his hand yet. And Bryn with an ace-3 off. Gonna call.
Looked for a second there. He thought about having free.
Check or back.
And Bryn checks. Vecchio's gonna bet.
125.
And we'll see if Bryn wants to proceed here. this. Check call. 3 straight ace high. Turns the gutter ball. 4 players remain. Every player left is guaranteed 483,000 Australian dollars. That is a ton of money. But think about this. There's still 1.4 million between 4th and 1st place.
400.
Stakes just getting higher and higher.
Now that Bryn has turned the gutter here, expect him to continue one more time. Ace high can still be the best hand after your opponent bets twice here. And there's always the chance that he can improve.
That's true, Pro Creator. There was the player who folded 4 deuce. Bryn gets out of the way here. Was a pretty big second barrel there.
A lot of discipline shown there by Bryn.
Nice instincts.
Very often when you improve or pick up more outs on the turn, you don't want to immediately fold your hand.
Were you the big blind just now?
Wait, no, button's here.
Yeah, I think I just moved it.
Button right here, it doesn't matter.
When we start a 5-handed play, it seemed like Matt Wakeman was one of the favorites. He was second in chips, and just a couple hands didn't go his way. I think the Queens versus Aces.
It's a dead button on his button.
36-7. GG, I'm sad to see him go. I really enjoyed watching him play.
Now it's a 2v2, Australia versus America.
He's just kidding. He's saying.
Can you just put it there?
Bryn's a small blind.
Yeah.
We are down to 4.
Oh, so I'm big blind.
Yeah, you're the big blind.
Yeah, you're cool.
What up, C. Jarver? How you doing? Been a while.
80 to call. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
There's your short stack. Still 30 big blinds.
Yeah, not for long. We're about 6 minutes away from the blinds going up here. And Bryn just decides to limp the pocket jacks.
Heads up.
Taylor hasn't really shown a lot of aggression pre-flop.
Check a bet.
And that's a pair for Taylor.
$80.
Taylor does bet. His bottom pair.
Call. Check a bet. Check a bet.
Not a card either player is particularly happy about. Pump fake, check. Bryn probably is not exactly sure where he's at this hand. He suspects he has the best hand. High verts. Hope you're doing good. Bryn does bet. Pretty Dewey. This would be pretty heroic.
Wouldn't be the first time we've seen Taylor make a move with bottom pair.
That's true. Yeah, it's somewhat similar to the spot where he bluffed Mike Del Vecchio.
Yeah, you would think this would be a fold situation, but might just get shoved.
I give a rack of the 25 kid.
Laying it down.
Folds and probably shows 3.
Bryn. 4 million
Those river
chips.
pumps, huh? That would have been a tough one. I don't have an ace.
Can you move the button for me?
Oh, no, I thought you might have called it 10.
Thank you.
I thought you might have called it 10.
Love the action of the commentators. Thanks for the coverage. It's our pleasure.
Thanks for hanging out. I'm not a luck sack.
You got the easy job here. Chat about cards. This is the life. Are you kidding?
So much fun.
Worst feeling in a tournament, like when you look down
Make
at queens,
predictions.
like, you
Sometimes we
shove
nail
all
it.
the
Sometimes
decks,
we
snap
there's been stretches where we
I had jacks and he like snap went all in. I was sure I was
have
dead.
been unable
I was like, oh, I
to
need a
think
jack.
what players are going to do.
I think everyone here is having a good time. The players have guaranteed a lot of money. We're having a good time. The fans out there as well.
Raise 175.
I call.
Call 175.
Oh, shit, cheers, we're going again.
Fold.
Bryn now with a slightly
Oh,
bigger
dance
stack.
again.
Gonna put it to work, opening the 9-6 offsuit from the button.
These two have been very friendly, chatting about food, travel destinations.
Check or bet? Check or bet? Check.
Pair of 9s here for Bryn. Go ahead, sorry.
Just gonna say Bryn's in love with his hand when Taylor checked twice quickly.
Cool.
Call.
The Valley of Protection, and Taylor has made some light ace-high calls in similar situations.
$200.
Call.
Call.
Wow, Bryn bets tiny and gets instantly called here. And 9-6, that is an impressive value bet. He sized it right. I mean, that's not an easy value bet to make.
Super sick.
Getting a little chuckle from that bet because he designed that bet to get exactly called by a hand slightly worse than his. And his opponent
Thought you were trying
one in there.
to get me away, Mr.
The
Bryn.
boss nature of Bryn Kenney on display.
I thought you were trying to get me away.
Nice hand.
That's the difference between the super stickos and maybe your average poker player. So easy just to come to that river and just check, try to show it down. He takes it to the next level, gets that bet paid off.
It has to feel good for Bryn Kenney. He got his opponent to do exactly what he wanted to.
80.
Up to 4.6 million now.
80 to call.
And Kenney sneaking into contendership with our short stack to get started. Cora 96 says, these past few days have been the first time that I've watched poker, and I've been glued to the screen, CogChamp. Definitely going to be watching more. Awesome having you with us. You can press that follow button if you haven't yet. We got a ton more great poker action coming throughout the year ahead here on Run It Up TV, always for free. Great to be a part of this amazing event.
Ready to call.
Welcome,
Fold.
Sipik. Appreciate the 5 months. Queen 10 suited here now for MDV. He's gonna come in for a raise.
Raise 175. 175.
Any Australian players yet? Yep. Left, yes. Andrew Hinrichsen and Clinton Taylor. Clinton Taylor, this is his first cash. We want a qualifier into this event, so he's in for, you don't know exactly how much, but $1,000 or less, and he's going to walk away with at least $483,000. That is an awesome spin up, the run it up dream right there. Right now, though, the Vecchio raised the button. Bryn Kenney with ace-9 in the big blind. 25 blinds here.
All in.
He decides to just shove.
This is why a lot of people choose to limp hands like this on the button off of that stack size, because when you raise and get shoved on you full queen 10, it hurts so badly.
Thank you.
That's why a lot of people love limping in late position.
Yeah, Queen 10 suited, almost flipping there with the ace-9 off. Bryn Kenney shove gets the job done pre-flop.
Better lucky than good in Twitch chat says, man, I love when people satellite into events like this and crush it. What a dream. It's unbelievable. What other sport in the world can a random person go on a nice run of cards and compete with some of the best?
Near Jam Potterman says Taylor better hope for a cooler against Bryn, or he's about to learn why Bryn has $25 million in total live cashes. And even though Bryn only has 20% of the chips in play, you gotta like his chances now. In position on the chip leader. 60 big blinds.
Call option.
I'm not giving you a free one this time.
Remember, he had 600,000, even less than that at one point, not that long ago.
Yeah, I'm not on these cards.
The last one I had jacks. Should have
charged
charged
you free. We've been in big trouble.
So I got the good ones in there too, not just the shitty ones. Yeah, the last one where you
Action's gonna be on.
I had jacks with the jack of clubs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
A little honesty from Bryn there.
No, you thought I hit the 10.
Yeah, I did. I thought you did, yeah.
80 to call.
Salty Lucas says, wait, first place is for real 1 million? It's actually 1.85 million. Second place is over $1 million. Think about the pressure on these players. Fourth place is, quote, only 483,000. $1.4 million difference between fourth and first place.
175. Fold. Heads up. Thank you. Check or bet.
No pair for either player here.
Check.
Bryn checks back his ace high.
Check. Check.
On this board pair flop.
Check or bet.
Checks again very quickly. Bryn improves to 2 pair, queens and fives. As the graphics catch up here.
Surely.
185.
Taylor has the same sort of situation he was just in.
Again. I'm going to believe you. I fold.
Fold.
Right answer.
And good fold by Taylor this time. He did get rivered.
Was it a good one?
The 5.
Bullshit. Was it really? I'm going to watch it.
It was the 5.
Was it?
Yeah.
I'm so glad it was. Played an ace as well.
Mix out, please.
I'm going to watch it.
Or we had like the same.
No, I had ace 7.
Oh, yeah.
Did you have ace 5, honestly?
I had ace 5, yeah.
Oh, I believe you. Good on you.
He's so friendly. I love it.
Like, I'm not paying this off again. Like, I feel chiseled from the last one still. You're not getting me for that shit again.
You know.
Bryn is like the perfect pro poker player, right? He's a beast. He's a wizard. He's chatty. He's friendly. He plays all the games.
Fold.
Yeah.
80.
Not just a hold'em player. Plays mixed games and a bunch of other things.
Fold.
Gives a lot of action. Ton of respect for Bryn. It's hard to find somebody in the poker world who has anything bad to say about Bryn Kenney. Do the players have constant access to knowing the pay jumps ahead? Yes, the pay jumps are posted in advance. The players know what they're playing for. Would be interesting if they were surprise payouts. You just got like third place, and you're like, "What? $17? What? I paid $10,000 to get in this tournament."
There's a giant wheel, and you just spin it. Land on how much you make.
Yeah. Like, what the heck? It opened up the envelope. Is this like a kappa inside? Like, what is this?
Fold. 80.
Hinrichsen here, blind versus blind. Hinrichsen's first time against Bryn, blind versus blind. Funny, Hinrichsen's first neighbor was Crawshaw, and then Lee, and then Wakeman.
So it's a call.
All three are gone, though. And now Hinrichsen and Kenney, neighbors.
Heads up. Check or bet.
Salty Lucas says, I've never watched poker before, but I came here because Kevin was on BB Can.
Check.
Not only was he on, he's in the Hall of Fame. The best champion, Big Brother Canada history. Please.
Thanks, dude. Crazy times. Crazy times.
Yeah.
125.
So Bryn here with a gut shot and
Call.
ace high.
Check or bet.
He calls.
Check.
Improves to an ace on the river. Bryn gonna get value here, or at least try. Lonely Dinkle points out, it's so nice to have final table. People are laughing and talking. You see final tables for like, 20,000 first place, where people are not nearly as relaxed and chatty.
I'm surprised Hinrichsen decided to just check and give up there on the river at ace.
But he did correctly. And just like that, our 40-80 is over. We are on to the next level of the tournament. The players are going to take a 15-minute break, but we are going to jump into our time machine. Whoa! Take a look at the chip counts at this featured table, and there they are. So the chip leader with a monster stack of 11+ million, Andrew Hinrichsen. Second place, Clinton Taylor with 6.3 million. Bryn Kenney right in there, 5.3 million. Mike Del Vecchio, the short stack now with 20 big blinds. Let's go down to the featured table and get those cards in the air shortly. Joel.
Welcome back to the Crown Entertainment Complex here in Melbourne, Australia. From a record field of 822 entries, Now just 4 players remain. All have locked up almost $800,000, but it's that $1.85 million first prize that they're all chasing, and of course the Anton Championship bracelet. 4 players remain as we enter level 29. Our blinds of 50,000, 100,000 with a 10K ante. Let's get this main event table underway. Shuffle up and deal.
Joel, one of the best in the game, year after year.
That's a great job. Here we are.
New level, you can see 50,000, 100,000. Notice we're not playing big blind ante, which does affect things because there's going to only be 40,000 chips in the middle
instead of 100.
Instead of 100.
Rise
Ricky, thoughts on that?
Yeah, you definitely have to adjust play a little bit because there are fewer antes in the middle now. Some of the hands that you might have been opening at a 7-handed table from the button now become possibly fold because of the fewer chips that you're able to win.
So raise here and a call from the big blind. Oh, wow. Everybody's got a little piece of this one. Taylor with an open ender, Hinrichsen with a flush draw.
Check.
Hinrichsen going to be betting almost every hand he has here.
That is 200,000.
Pre-flop button opener. Both players love this flop.
Call.
No improvement for either player here.
Check.
JBCD says, I want to send respect to the people, announcers, tournament directors, dealers. They do great work. Yes, the team at Crown works really hard to make this event as special as it is.
Check.
Production team over there also working hard to make this awesome. And there's a flush for Hinrichsen.
I think Taylor's going to take a stab here, too. He's just got 6 high, one of the worst hands he can have. That's a big bet as well coming in.
That is 650,000.
Yeah.
I wonder if Hinrichsen would just call or raise versus this bet now that he's rivered the flush.
Call.
He just calls paired board, low flush. 6 high, no good. 8 high would take it.
You had it.
8 high flush though.
Jeez. You had it. Well done.
13 million now for Hinrichsen.
Definitely close whether we want to raise on that river, right? Jason, you just called the 8 high flush?
Yeah, I'm happy with just calling.
Okay, 9 high flush?
Yeah.
10 high flush?
I think you have to be up to spots where you can beat other flushes reliably. Something
Like
like
the jack.
The
Jack
jack.
to 10 high
The
flush.
jack is where we start getting around there.
Like one of them was actually.
I might be raising all my flushes there versus Taylor.
I would have raised. I would have personally raised.
Hoping to get called by trips or queen, I guess. Some sort of.
Ace high, queen, 8 high.
Wow, almost at the 13 million mark.
Oh well, that's the way it works.
The wrong type of river.
The way it works. What do you do?
Hinrichsen got the look. Got the chip stack. Bryn Kenney's going to have something to say about this championship before it's all over, though.
24.7 million chips in play, and Hinrichsen has 13 million of them.
Raise. 225,000.
Taylor with the raise against our short stack. Nothing for Vecchio here, though. Well, Mikey D is going to be improving on his performance. Last year got 5th. this year has got at least 4th. There's a look at that Anton Championship bracelet and your trophy, the trophy that your name would be inscribed in forever.
Jason, you've been broadcasting this event for a couple years now.
4 years now.
Let's test your Aussie Millions trivia skills.
Whew. Want you to name every champion ever?
2017.
2018, you mean first. It is 2019 now.
No,
Your first question is, what year is it?
No. I wanted to know 2017 first.
Okay. Well,
last year was Toby Lewis.
Toby Lewis. And then I think Ari Engel won the year before, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe that was the year before it. Mike Del Vecchio all in here. We have to...
2016.
We have Shireen Vijayram was... I think the year before that. And then the first year, Ami won that, right? Ami Bearer won the year before that? I think those were the 4 champions that I had. I think so.
And then beyond that, it gets a little
Beyond
fuzzy.
that, it goes a little fuzzy. I'll have to...
Gus Hansen, 2007.
Yeah, if you skip 10 years or so, then...
I'll pull it up.
I have it already. So it was already sent by my crack production crew. Which knew what was going on. So
Shane Vijayram was quite the champion.
The first Australian Poker Championship was Limit Hold'em, $1,000 buy-in, held in July of 1998. 74 buy-ins, won by Alex Horowitz. In the modern era, since the Aussie Millions.
All in.
Oh, Mike Del Vecchio all in here on the button.
Big shove.
And that's going to do it. Del Vecchio ships it. So from the modern day, I guess became the Crown Australian Poker Championships in 2000 and...
Just to warn you guys,
Two?
especially you, Bryn. Kitty
Three?
gave me the
2003?
tutorial on how to direct this to get maximal luck.
Kitty
gave me her little...
for maximum luck?
Yeah.
Talking about
see
Kitty
this little
Quo
thing
here.
I have to
Mike
keep
Del
it
Vecchio
exactly
is.
there. But that's the position that's going to get me the maximal luck.
Oh, it's perfect though, because Kitty has no wins. So I love you having whatever Kitty gave you as your maximum luck.
That's a fair point.
I'm ready to fight against that.
That is a very fair
I was
point,
thinking
Bryn.
it, but I didn't have the balls to say it.
Kitty's going to yell
By
at
the
me.
way, I missed Manny Stavropoulos
No, it shows us drunkenly
as a
tell me go to
champion.
the side.
Ari Engel, Shireen Vijayram,
What the
Toby Lewis,
fuck?
our last 3.
It's what a fun.
What a
Ami
fuck.
Barra won the year before.
Yeah, you've got her down much better than me.
Not the year that I commentated, actually. It was the year before. Ami did make a deep run.
All I know is it's wine time for Kitty.
Raised to 200.
Another since then. I would have had trouble going before then, though. Mervyn Chan in 2013. Oliver Spidell won $1.6 million in 2012. You can go back to Alexander Kostritsin in 2008. Beat Eric Seidel heads up. Gus Hansen beat Jimmy Fricke in 2007. We got some of those final tables on the Run It Up 24/7 channel. If you enjoy poker content like this, we have a channel that runs around the clock here on Twitch. Run It Up 247. Would be nice to add this final table to it as well. So the final 4 players, 483,000 locked up. 1.85 million for our champ. Mike Del Vecchio, the short stack. Hinrichsen just quietly accumulating chips here.
Deep four-handed game here. See the chip leader with 126 big blind. Bryn Kenney with 50 himself. I like that though. This is where all the money is. Often We've touched on this a couple times. Sometimes poker structures fall apart and you're playing with an average stack, 25 big blinds. This is a premier structure for sure.
We see our first button limp here from Bryn Kenney with Mike Vecchio in the big line with just 23 bigs.
Taylor comes along with 10-5 off. All three players miss. Vecchio turns a gut shot and flush draw. If he leads here, probably will win this pot.
That is 230,000. Fold.
And that'll do.
And the crowd goes wild.
Maybe it is a lucky charm after all.
Mikey D. Short stack, 26 big blinds. But he's there. So sick. Back-to-back Aussie Million main event final tables.
For the FT, they were trying to get t-shirts made of you flexing in the mirror. They were going to get that printed on the t-shirt.
Oh my god. That would be pretty brutal, to be honest.
I said I'd wear it if we got heads up.
Jesse said he was going to have a surprise for me, possibly, so that it's in line,
Pardon?
Jesse said he was possibly going to have a surprise for me.
Oh yeah, I think yeah. I guess it's not a surprise anymore, is it?
Mike Vecchio with 8-7 suited here.
Call.
Warrants a call. Now we say we could just shove this hand. Could raise. We've seen some tricky checks by Hinrichsen.
All in.
He does just shove here.
Fold.
And Hinrichsen drags that pot.
Tell me about the old days, gentlemen.
That's a really good hand.
Limping the small blind never used to be a thing. People would just raise the small blind, right?
It was raise or fold for a long time. And then, actually, in my mind at least, Negreanu was the person who really started promoting small ball, calling a lot more.
Big blind stuff.
It's so crazy how the standard can just change. Strategies adjust.
Yep. Metagame evolves.
It just makes so much sense to
Yeah.
limp the small blind, though. You're out of position.
Sure does.
And when you go back to dinosaur days, when people raised pre-flop, they'd raise 4 times the big blind.
Yeah, and they'd
5 times the big blind.
And they'd only raise good hands.
I remember I was just watching an old video where Helmuth raised pre-flop.
Call.
The big blind defended king queen suited, and Helmuth berated the player. Like, how can you call with just king high? It's a wild time. And, oh my goodness.
Taylor limps here. The Vecchio jams deuces. And I don't think Taylor can find the call here for 2.5 million, but if he somehow does,
Should be about 2.7.
he would be a massive favorite if he could find the call button. How possibly could he?
Yep, on. 2.705.
A call.
He's been.
Oh! Wow, he's going to be so happy to see this situation.
Oh, wow, that is not an easy call to make. And Del Vecchio can't believe it. Wow.
Michael Vecchio at risk.
Clinton Taylor is a massive favorite here. He's got to fade a deuce.
Oh! Pretty good. Pretty good.
Clinton Taylor got to find a 4 or a 3.
Pretty good. Very.
Diamond is not a good card here. Takes away another couple outs. Only 4 outs for Taylor. That's not going to do it. And Michael Vecchio is going to double up here. And wow. In a spot where I thought there was no way Taylor could call, he finds the call button. Del Vecchio doubles up.
Oh, we've seen some bad beats on this final table, and that is up there. Huge swing. Mike Del Vecchio now has 53 big blinds.
2.7? 2.705. 5,000.
Devastating beat for our satellite qualifier, Taylor.
Now, the last time we saw him lose a big pot, he was a little aggressive in those hands after.
I'll get it back off you soon.
I hope not.
Whoa. Rated GT whoa. What do you think about that one?
Del Vecchio started the day as our chips leader with about 4.5 million chips. He's now called his way back.
I think this is the peak of his tournament, as far as I know, right around there.
How does he not get rewarded with the Fords there?
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
Pretty insane. Peak chip stack, peaking in the tournament. With that lucky Kitty Quo fossil card protector thing.
Fold.
Now everyone is going to go to Kitty Quo to ask for those lucky charms.
Yeah.
She's going to make a fortune selling those.
Fold. Cool. Check.
Bumping the check here from Bryn.
Check. Check.
They're not getting out of line yet. Turns a gut shot.
Check. Check.
Bryn tried to give Taylor a chance to buy this pot. Crazy call there with force. Welcome Dragon Diabolus. That is nuts. The crazy thing, it wasn't even like it was a raise and a shove. It was a limp.
Yeah, limp, shove, and call. Didn't even take him that long.
Call. That's it.
He knew.
Yeah. And he's definitely got the better of Mike Del Vecchio at this final table. Another wild hand here at this final table. Hinrichsen first with the King 6.
Fold. Fold. Call.
Taylor limps. Del Vecchio with the suited ace. Rips it in here. Never got to see Taylor's hand. Wasn't very good, clearly.
What a turn of events.
Yeah.
You were 80% to get down to three-handed.
And lose Mike Del Vecchio. Instead, Clint and Taylor are short stack with 22 big blinds. Mike Del Vecchio and Bryn Kenney, who were both our two shortest stacks not that long ago. And Hinrichsen just chilling with half the chips in play.
You guys drew it up nice, huh? Get it in bad, donk around and win.
I told you, Bryn. I've got the helix. I got the lucky helix assembled. We drew it up exactly like that.
That's the Jesse style, huh? You put it on you.
Fold. Fold.
Blind versus blind here.
Call. Option.
Hinrichsen probably going to just check this one.
Check.
Number puncher, loving the commentary. Glad you're enjoying it. What a flop for Del Vecchio.
That is 100,000.
Hinrichsen here with middle pair. will continue.
2s and 4s and 2 hits. What do you
Reasonable
want?
bet call. 6 of diamonds.
I'll get it back.
How will the Vecchio
I'm gonna
approach
tell you,
this?
I'll get back, check.
Quick checks. What do you think, Hinrichsen? Happy to check?
Either option okay here with the 9. Does have a pretty good kicker to go with it. You expect Vecchio to be betting most of his top pairs on this turn, so you're feeling very comfortable now that he's checked to you.
That is 250,000.
The Vecchio will just check call here. You would expect.
Cool. Check.
Safe card for Hinrichsen. Will Hinrichsen value bet here on the end?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty comfortable value bet, but he chooses not to go for it.
Check, and the Queen 9's gonna take this pot.
Vecchio would have had a pretty interesting bluff catcher there with his 8 if Hinrichsen decided to bet.
We have 2 Australian players, 2 American players at this Final Four. Bryn, Kenney, and Mike Del Vecchio, both from New York. The other 2 players from Australia, Hinrichsen and Taylor. Saw some nice comments about loving the delay system. Definitely the way to go. Start the stream a little bit later and then skip every break as long as we can. Makes for a much better viewing experience. My preferred casting way as well. As few breaks as possible.
Fold.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Pocket aces here for Mikey D.
Raised to 225,000.
He's praying to get re-raised.
Oh my goodness.
The trend of coolers continue here at the Aussie Millions main event final table.
93% pre-flop. That is cooler.
Four-handed poker, ace is ace king. Buckle down. This is going to get insane.
There is the possibility that the money does not get all in pre-flop here. When Hinrichsen 3-bets here, there is the chance that Vecchio just calls with his aces.
These 2 have been so aggressive pre-flop, though. It wouldn't surprise me if we see some major pre-flop fireworks.
850,000.
Bring out of the way. I do think you're right. There is definitely a decent chance that Vecchio will just call here. But Taylor is really short stacked. Nope. Looks like he's going to just rip out the call.
You can tell that Vecchio has been in this spot before, off of this stacked up, knowing that with aces, he doesn't need as much protection as some of the other strong hands that he might have in this spot. Hinrichsen, who is the chip leader, is going to be putting in on a lot of pressure with Taylor being so short.
Hinrichsen 1% to win this hand. That is not a lot of percent. That's why they give me the medium bucks. Hinrichsen does bet. Del Vecchio will just call again. No reason to raise.
Cool.
Mike Del Vecchio is still playing this hand beautifully.
Hi. You remember this hand where Matt called
Well,
small blind?
Henriksen's chances have gone up.
Yeah.
That's insane. You check raise with top
Chop
set.
out.
How can you do that?
I know.
I was sure he had like a flush draw or
I would think he would check this turn card now. Ace King is still good enough in this spot to show down a lot of the time.
He was like aggressive, but like tight also. Like he was aggressive raising, but to call off, he was very tight.
Vecchio with a little bit more than a pot-sized bet here. This is always a spot that confuses people. Should they fire again? Should they check and call?
He's reaching for chips, though.
Finish 850,000.
That's a big bet. 850,000.
It's actually very small compared to the size of the pot. But if and when Del Vecchio does call here, there will be 4.5 million chips in the middle, and Del Vecchio will have less than 3 million behind.
Yeah, you're right. Smaller percentage of the pot. Still larger than most of the bets we've seen so far. Del Vecchio just flats again. This is a huge pot. Oh my God!
Oh, it's all of this for a chop.
Oh wow! Yeah, get the lulls out in chat for that one. That is wow. 1% on the flop. Must come 3-5, king. That's it. And here it is, 3-5, and Hinrichsen's just gonna shove now, I guess. Or should he bet small and I hope that the Vecchio has like 10s or something? Hope. Poker is such a fun game. It's like Del Vecchio played this hand masterfully.
Just called pre-flop, just called the flop, just called the turn. He's not going to get rewarded.
And Hinrichsen putting together a bet here.
It is 1.2 million. Call.
1.2 million, snap call. He says ace. And Mike Del Vecchio shows the ace. Oh, and Hinrichsen can't help but smile. He knows how lucky he got.
That saved you that 5. Oof.
And that's okay, Mike Del Vecchio. You still won 3/4 of a big blind.
Liking that, Bryn?
Feels amazing, man. Wow. And Hinrichsen's 13 million stack remains intact.
What?
That's what happened when you slow play. You let me get there.
What do you call the pre-flop? I could have ripped turn, I guess.
Just pass the cards in for me, bud.
Yeah.
That is a hilarious chopped pot there. Whoa. I love the Aussie Millions. How could you not? Poor Mike Del Vecchio.
It's a real shitter. Beats kings, chops with aces. I know I just sucked out for my tournament life. So I'm not
like deuces, is it?
I know.
Yeah, right. Can't complain too much.
I think Mike Del Vecchio has every right to complain there.
I mean, he just got in deuces against fours, and he's still in the tournament.
I
so
mean,
yeah, exactly.
But that, and yeah, that's a hilarious hand.
Raise to 200,000. Fold.
Hinrichsen raises and takes it. Fast-paced play here. Back on the Hinrichsen train.
Do take note, though, that Taylor has not really gotten too out of line since losing that all in.
Yeah, he has held it together, hasn't spewed off like we had suspected he might. The Moonlight Master says, what happens if somebody collapses their chip castle accidentally and it topples onto someone else's castle? Yeah, that would be a disaster. That would not be fun for anybody. Aussie673 says, when are you going to do a Run It Up event at Crown?
That would be incredible.
I would love to.
Raise 225,000. Fold.
Hinrichsen with that heap of chips. Can't believe he got a chop in that situation. Takes another one.
Another one.
It's funny. Twitch chat was like, "This is the best slow play ever. The best slow play ever." And on the 5, everyone's like, "Wow, what a bad slow play."
Worst slow play ever.
The tune changed very quickly.
Yeah.
What a final 4 we have here.
So entertaining so far. Running up Auckland. That could be fun.
Says under the gun, we're playing 4-handed. That is the cutoff. And Taylor finds the ace king. He says, "I'm all in."
Just shoves it here.
Oh, wow.
Call.
There we go.
All in a call. And if Hinrichsen wins this pot, he's going to have over 15 million chips. Our satellite winner, Clinton Taylor, 42% to stay alive. Who are you guys rooting for in chat? This is a big pay jump ahead, 483 to 652K. No improvement for Taylor here. He's got to find an ace or a king. One king is dead. He has 5 outs, plus some backdoor draws. Okay, now it's straight for Hinrichsen, but a flush draw for Taylor. He needs a lucky blue card or a 9 to chop. Taylor's got to find help here on the river to stay alive. He's a 4-1 underdog to do that. An ace is not going to do it. And let's get the GGs out in the chat. Clinton Taylor, our melted native, his first ever Booker cash, $483,000. In for about, I don't know exactly how much, but $1,000 or less in a qualifier.
Truly an awesome story. Go from satellite, final table. And I mean, he got a little unlucky at the end there with the forward versus deuces. Unbelievable play, though.
Let's hear from Clinton Taylor, our 4th place finisher.
This is my first Aussie Millions. I played a lot of poker at home and cashies and sort of pub poker and all that stuff, and bought in for $130 here and made it through, and got a ticket to the Aussie Millions, and yeah, this is my run. I knew that I'd get here. I actually thought I'd win it. I really did think I was going to win it. I told everyone I was, and I made it. Got 4th, so I'm pretty happy. With the final hand, with the ace king, I thought to myself, look, I'm low stacked, I've got to go. And I was hoping for a call, just so I can try and double up again. The hand before that with the 2s and the 4s, I got unlucky. He hit his 2 and 4s and I missed it. So, I'm here to play, so I've got to go for it, So with these people playing full time, they try and intimidate you, but if you just play your normal game and play how you want to play, then that's the way it works. So, and I played my game the whole way, and look where it got me. So I set myself a goal, and yeah, I got further than where I thought I did. So it's good. It's pretty intense because just the mental game that I had throughout the whole tourney was crazy. I went up and down like a roller coaster. I thought I was out at one stage and back in, and then when you hit the final table, it's sort of, I was more pumped, more excited about it. I wasn't nervous. I was more excited. And with the pros that do play, like Bryn and things like that, full credit to them. They give you a lot of support and they give you a lot of advice. And look, I hope I'd be as good as them one day. I'd like to continue and try again another tournament, but they've been great. So they've been amazing. Like I said, everyone here has just been really good. The table's just meeting the amount of people I've met, and the experience has just been unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. So I've enjoyed every moment of it, every single day. Love it. I absolutely love it. So I'll be back doing it again. I'll be here again. There's no doubt about it.
Awesome attitude. $130 qualifier turned $130,000 into $130 rather into $483,000.
Wow, what a great story.
That's the run it up dream right there. Okay, guys. So down to the final 3. 3 of our most successful players.
I'll also be able to look back at that crazy bluff with 4 deuce offsuit is one of the best moments ever. It was just incredible that he had the heart to make that play.
Yeah, and if he had 1 with 4s against deuces, he's 3-handed with a heap of chips. You can't really say he didn't play well Couple of bet sizing things, we remarked on. Could have raised a little bit larger a few spots, but generally his instincts were good, and what a great attitude. Hope to see him back here at the Aussie Millions next year.
He came out swinging. A lot of times you see people make their first big final table very nervous, play very tentative, but that was not Clint Taylor, and what a performance he put on for us tonight.
Not even first big final table, his first ever tournament final table. Like you said, he doesn't really play much outside of his local area. There are still 3 chips in play, those 5,000 chips. Well, those are cadmium yellow chips, and the 25Ks are Van Dyke brown chips, and the 100K chips are Phthalo blue. And we've just got a host by the one and only Arlie Shaban.
Shabanimal.
Welcome, Arlie Shaban. Cool story, Bob.
Final 3.
Hinrichsen has so many chips, 150 big blinds. He's got 3/4 of the chips in play, but he has 2 very tough opponents here.
His opponents are still very, very deep. They're not going to be pushed around lightly. You can see they both still have 50 big blinds each.
Interesting to see how this dynamic unfolds with 3 professional players here.
Check.
No spades for anybody.
That is 180,000.
Andrew Hinrichsen's biggest live cash prior to this was 302,000. He's going to be adding 662,000 to his resume. He'll have about $2 million at least in total live earnings if he gets third. Mike Del Vecchio and Bryn Kenney. Bryn Kenney has had a bigger cash than this, slightly bigger with $2 million, no matter what happens. So our least experienced player is our chip leader, Andrew Hinrichsen.
But he's still such a savage player. They're all very, very, very skilled.
Who are you guys rooting for now in the final 3? Like you guys said, very deep stacked, 50 big blinds. Blinds are not going up for a while either, about 50 more minutes here this level. Got ourselves a deep stack poker game here.
2 very strong holdings, blind on blind. Hinrichsen's done some tricky checks from the big blind, but I
All in.
think
Whoa.
Wow, I did not think that was an option.
It's a big shove. We've seen him shove when Mike had like 28 big blinds, but not with 50 or 45 or so. Especially with a hand that good.
Wow.
And we're going to have to see if he's going to keep that strategy going. But if Mike can get away with the limp and Hinrichsen shoving spots like that, he might be susceptible to getting trapped.
Very surprised by that all in. There's a lot of chips to put in the middle. And with a hand as strong as ace queen, you kind of want to set the trap a little for your opponent too.
Anyone raised 3.5 times the big blind,
How
4
about
times the big blind.
ace here?
Mike Del Vecchio has had some cards, aces multiple times, kings.
I can go at it with aces now.
Fold.
Bryn. Stronghold in himself with Queen Jack.
Some players in chat saying there might be a chop. I think it's about 0% chance that Bryn Kenney chops.
Cool. Heads up.
When you're as successful as Bryn Kenney, 25 million in total live cashes. This is just another day in the office for him. He loves this spot.
Wow.
Doesn't love this spot though.
Oh my goodness.
Big trouble for Bryn Kenney.
It is 175,000.
How would you approach this, Ricky?
Either option on the table here. Queen Jack is a very, very strong hand. Your opponent bet pretty small here. So either check calling or check raising is a good option.
just call.
That card's not going to save Bryn any chips. Gotta love his hand versus the button range.
Expect Del Vecchio to size up here on the turn.
I would love to see him put a big bet out there. Even something as big as 1,000,000 chips here on the turn.
1,000,000 would be beautiful given the hand he's up against.
Bryn is leading.
Yeah, he's never going to get the chance here.
It is 485,000.
So now, if you're a Del Vecchio, what do you do?
Very interesting lead here on the turn by Bryn Kenney.
And Mike's just going to call here. A lot of scary river cards. Tens, yep, spades, hearts, jacks, you know, a lot of cards that both players are going to be frightened of.
That lead on the turn potentially saved Kenney from calling a bigger bet that Del Vecchio would have put out there himself.
Yeah, he almost engineered the turn to save himself a few 100,000 potentially. At this point, do you think Bryn believes he's more likely to have the best hand than not?
Check.
Still can feel that way in check here. I mean, Bryn is obviously suspicious and concerned. Mike Del Vecchio has a clear value bet.
Yeah. I think Bryn Kenney was very comfortable when Del Vecchio just called the turn that he would have had the best hand. A lot of Del Vecchio's holdings that were stronger than Queen Jack were likely to raise the turn themselves.
And Bryn's going to have a tough decision here on the river.